You're good?
Ready?
We're waiting on that confirmation.
Okay, I'm calling this meeting of the Vista Unified School Board to order at 6:38 p.m. I will start with land acknowledgement. Actually, I think with the roll call. Okay. Trustee Alvarado,
Present.
trustee Vargas,
Here.
trustee Markov,
Here.
trustee Martin,
Here.
and then trustee Morocco, and our student board members, Allison, here, Dana, and Fatima.
Here.
All right, okay, thank you. And so now we will do the Pledge of Allegiance. Fatima, would you like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I will read the land acknowledgement now. We acknowledge the Payom Kowichum, the people of the West, as the traditional land caretakers of the land on which Vista Unified School District was built and its surrounding traditional cultural landscapes. Today, the Payom Kowichum are known as Lucenio and are made up of 7 bands: La Jolla, Pala, Palma, Pachanga, Rincon, San Luis Rey, and Soboba. We, Vista Unified School District, are mindful of the indigenous peoples of this place, and we pay our respects to the Lucenio, past, present, and future. We are grateful to have the opportunity to be part of this community in Lucenio territory and to honor their history, culture, and perseverance of spirit. And with that, I will report out. We do have some report out from reports that of actions taken in closed session. Okay.
Yeah, here we go.
This one. Read that? No, that's the first. Next read it. Okay. On March 6, 2025, the board in closed session by unanimous vote took action to approve the notice of intent to dismiss the following employee, ID number 25-036-06, -03606-1, a classified employee. On March 6, 2025, the board in closed session by unanimous vote took action to approve the settlement agreement for the following employee, ID number 25-0306-2, a classified employee. On March 6th, 2025, the board in closed session by unanimous vote took action to release and or reassign the following employees from their current administrative position pursuant to Education Code Section 44951, effective at the end of the 24-25 school year, and directed the superintendent or designee to send out the appropriate legal notice. Employee IDs number 25-0306-3, 25-0306-4, 25-0306-5, 25-0306-6, 25-0306 -7, 25-0306-8, 25-0306-9, 25-0306-10. And that's it. Thank you. Moving on. I will entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
I motion to approve the agenda.
Okay, a second, please.
Second.
Okay, motion by trustee Markov, seconded by trustee Martin. Is there any discussion? Questions? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Moving on, we are going to go to public comments. Items not on the agenda, do we have some whole cards, where did they come in? No, that's not them. Okay, so, first I call Jane Taylor. You will have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. Thank you,
No,
everyone.
you have to press it, press it.
Okay, thank you, everyone. I'm here to propose a park being built at the, what I think is the Taylor Preserve on Darwin and Northerly Street. Now, I understood that if that property and the canyon is owned by the, or run by, or owned by something, the school district. I've been through 7 people to get to hear me being here today. So I hope I'm in the right place, but I will present it in case this is the right place. Nobody seems for sure to know who runs it, what the school district is using it for. But anyway, I suggest it because the top level part, it's on Darwin Drive. It now has construction vehicles in it, working on a sinkhole in, down from Northerly. Okay, anyway, my goal is to develop respect and understanding of the area we live in, and that includes the history, as you said, the people, the plants, everything that's here or was here. I think that's important for all of us and for the education for all of us. I want to see it developing a place for the community to meet and greet, to see the setting sun and the mountains and the canyon. Provide a place where people can be informed about the preserve. Those that do and once occupied the area through lineage. And that's where the school district comes in, because I think there are teachers here and students here that probably know more about that than I do, being new to this area. I see it as a place for learning for students in the Vista United School Districts. Perhaps it could be set up where the students, teachers, groups like Scouts, Audubon, First American Nations, historical societies could come and share with other people what about all this information that I don't know, but I want to know. Provide a place where the community can see the local and learn about the local native plants, the birds, the trees. Learn about planting with wildfire prevention in mind to avoid erosion. People near me are just clearing everything out. And I just didn't get that. I didn't understand. I thought the idea is to plant. Anyway, so what do I suggest? Native trees planted by urban forests. I understand they do that. Now the city, whichever city it is, would have to provide the water the first year to do it. But they can drive in, all those other trucks drive in, and all this will be developed. So plant native trees, native plants, benches. There could be memorial benches, which I think would be a lovely idea for people who want to remember someone. The school would know more about benches and how many there should be than I certainly do.
Thank you. You can send the comments. I think, you gave the comment to Chris and she'll send it to us.
Okay, and I expect it would be nice for the school to develop that
Okay,
signage
thank
with the
you.
groups. Thank you.
Next is Ana Cruz. Ana, do you need a translator?
An interpreter.
Okay, interpreter, sorry.
Buenas tardes, estimados miembros del distrito escolar. Me dirijo con mucho respeto a ustedes. Mi nombre es Ana Cruz y tengo 11 años como voluntaria en el distrito escolar de Vista, en los cuales he sido miembro de PTA, PTO, ILAC, DILAC, DIPAC y School Site Council. Dicho lo anterior, paso a lo siguiente.
Good evening, members of the Vista School District, board members of the school district. With much respect, I'm going to speak in front of you guys. My name is Ana Cruz and I have been here for 11 years as a voluntary of the district of the Vista Unified School District, in which I have been members of the PTA, PTO, ELAC, DLAC, DPAC, and School Site Council. And with that said, I go to the following.
Comenzaré diciendo a Cipriano Vargas con el mismo respeto que me merece, hacerle recordar un diálogo que sostuvimos hace aproximadamente 4 años, en el cual le pregunté que qué tienen los estudiantes de empresa y Alamosa que no tuvieran los niños de Maryland, Bowie y Bapan, a lo cual me contestó en una sola palabra, dinero, a lo cual continuó diciendo que por tener dinero hacía que los estudiantes de empresa y Alamosa tuvieran más oportunidad de viajar y al mismo tiempo ampliar sus conocimientos. De acuerdo al criterio que él tiene, hasta el día de hoy no he visto que a los estudiantes más vulnerables se les ayude con viajes escolares de exploración, y en mi caso me refiero a los estudiantes aprendientes de inglés, lo cual ha sido una recomendación que hemos pedido para ellos, y al contrario, tristemente he visto a Cipriano levantar la mano para darle menos a esta comunidad de estudiantes, y en general a los estudiantes de bajos recursos, tal cual fue el caso de la Escuela Vida, lo cual me lleva tristemente hacia otro miembro de la mesa directiva, el señor Mike, quien por falta de información, pues mejor dicho, por no darse a la tarea de informarse, se tiró a la basura, lo que pudo haber sido traer de vuelta a la mesa la discusión sobre la Escuela Vida.
I will begin by saying to Cipriano Vargas, with all due respect that you deserve, I'm going to remind you about a conversation that we had approximately 4 years ago, in which I asked you, what do the students of Impresa and Alamosa have that the students of Maryland, Bovier, and Vapa don't? In which you said just one word, money. In which, in this case, when you keep saying that by having money, these students of Impresa and Alamosa have the opportunity to travel and at the same time grow their knowledge. And according to this requirement that you said, up until today, I haven't seen that these most vulnerable students get the help with school buses to go on field trips. And in my case, I am referring to the English language learners, in which I have given you a recommendation that I have asked to help for them. In the contrary, unfortunately, I've seen Cipriano raise his hand to give less to this community of students, and also in general, the students with low resources. This was the case with the School of Vida, in which I unfortunately and other members of the board, including Mike Markov, who because of lack of information, or better yet, did not do his homework of informing himself, he just threw away this. And what could have been to bring back to the board a discussion about Vida, in which I have, first, I give you respectfully that this.
Por lo que a mí me corresponde, le pido muy respetuosamente que este recinto sea tratado con respeto, respeto que ustedes, estimados miembros, se merecen. Así que hablando sobre la misma línea, les pido que cuando levanten la mano, lo hagan siempre pensando en el motivo principal que los llevó al lugar que dignamente presiden. Así que espero que de la misma manera ya tengan un plan de para transportar a los estudiantes de Vida a lo que será su nueva casa escolar, ya que el día de mañana será la lotería y muchos espacios estarán determinados por el transporte.
Okay, so with respect to the members of the board, every time that there is a issue, please raise your hand, always thinking in your main goal, which is to preside with dignity. And so I hope that in this same manner, when we have a plan for transportation for the students of Vida to their new home, since any day now, this lottery is going to be held, and many people will be waiting for spaces, but also that will also be determined by transportation.
Y en otro punto, como también estamos a muy poco tiempo de las graduaciones de los estudiantes de preparatoria, no estaría de más que se den a la tarea de confirmar si todos los estudiantes ya tienen un piso firme para su siguiente paso. Por lo que les diré que una fotografía en saber cómo va el progreso en construcción o una fotografía al día de la clausura escolar no va a llevar al éxito a nuestra comunidad estudiantil. Muchas gracias por la atención prestada y quedo de ustedes atentamente, Ana Cruz.
And another point, I'd also like to say that in a few times, we're gonna have graduations of these students of high school. And it would not be bad to make sure that you can confirm that all our students have a firm future for their next steps. And what I will say is that a photograph to know about a progress about construction or a photograph to know about a school closure is not gonna make our community have success. Thank you very much for your attention to this matter. I present to you, Ana Cruz.
Thank you. Stephanie, Migarami, I hope I said that right.
Good evening, members of the school board districts. I am honored to stand before you today. My name is Stephanie Mugarami, a senior at RBV and one of the drum majors of the band. On behalf of the Wind One Ensemble, I stand here to show our gratitude for the support you gave us to ensure that we had enough funds for our transport and lodging in Sacramento this past January. On Friday, the 17th of January, we had the privilege to perform at All State as one of the 2 high schools that was selected across California. We played 5 different pieces, and one of them was composed just for us. We're extremely overjoyed to perform these pieces and showcase what we have been working on for over 5 months. These 5 months were also during a very hectic season of our lives, as we had to juggle between learning concert music and being in marching band. But regardless, we're thrilled to watch our hard work pay off during the concert. Thank you so much for finding us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael Rudolph?
Good evening, board. Before I continue, I'd like to recognize the people in this room that were the Win One ensemble performers and musicians, and also the teachers and the staff that helped us get there. Will you please stand if you're in the crowd? Keep this short and sweet. The people that I just asked to stand up, most including our directors, they really believed in us. And as well as the Vista Unified School District, first of all, for us to, audition for this. And then on top of that, to actually go over there and perform it in Sacramento. Our musicality has grown so much since that time we performed, since that time that we actually auditioned for it. And it's been life-changing for me personally as a drum major and a tuba performer. And I really appreciate what Vista Unified School District has done to pay for all of what they did. And on top of that, for our directors to believe in us that much. We have done so much since then that I'm just proud of the people that I perform with. I have the honor and privilege of being a tuba player in the Wind Ensemble One. Thank you.
Bye. Thank you so much. Jesse Campos.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Jesse Campos. I am the band president over at RBV. And I would like to give you all, on behalf of the Rancho Buena Vista Wind One Ensemble, a very heartfelt thank you for your support in our performance in Sacramento. If it were not for you and the community around us, we would not have been able to perform where we wanted to, and we would not have the experience that we now carry with us for the rest of our lives. I think it's often overlooked that being a musician is a career too, and these experiences help us carry us throughout our entire lives. Even for those who aren't going to be musicians, these are experiences that stay with us, they have impact on us. And for those of us who are, they serve as ways to get us out there. It puts our name out there, it gives us recognition, and it gives us pride to be part of RBV and to be part of the Vista Unified School District. So thank you for all your support, and thank you to the community that also handed us their support in our time of need.
Thank you.
And one more thing, we have for Dr. Matt Doyle, a signed frame of all the Wind Ensemble One performers. Thank you so much for your support.
Thank you.
Proudly.
Thank you, sorry.
Hold on, see if I can show it. There you go. The people in the audience.
Okay. Next is Selena Gomez.
Thank you.
Evening trustees, students, Dr. Doyle. So I'm a parent of Vita. My name is Sulema Gomez, and this transition process of moving Vita families to the Rancho Minerva campus has manifested all of the fears that we have expressed since the beginning. And so what we are seeing are a pattern of behaviors that have been damaging to family planning, that are damaging to the youth mental health. And so I want to highlight a couple of these behaviors, and I want to make recommendations for how this board can direct this district to improve. This district needs prompt feedback loops. We need training, we need coaching, so that anytime this district is receiving feedback from students, from staff, from parents, parents know, folks know what is being done with all of that information. Parents are giving recommendations, they're making asks at these transition forums and don't know what is happening, don't have questions answered, and families are waiting for answers. They are putting their life on hold, not knowing if there will be transportation, not knowing anything. So we need prompt feedback loops to the community. Inclusive communication, and I would say honest and transparent as well. Communication of this district to families has very much been email. Social media highlights what is happening, but it doesn't really give answers to what is happening. And nowhere in family engagement best practices is an email newsletter listed. And so I would recommend that this district receive better training on how to communicate with the families that are in our district effectively. Honest and transparent. Families can handle difficult news. Staff can handle difficult news, but you need to be honest. Was that our 2 minutes? Okay, you need to be honest with families. Will there be transportation for families that need it to go to that Rancho Minerva campus? Families don't know. They hear maybe, they hear no from all sorts of places. And again, families are on hold. That is not fair to them or their children. We have asked from the beginning, if you're going to make this move, equitable support. This is your value that we share with you. We need equitable supports for families. If there won't be transportation, say so. That's all we need, a yes or a no. Again, budgeting for equity. If we were not going to budget for equity, this move should not have happened. You should have waited for this process, but here we are. We're making the move. Moving forward, any kind of move that impacts families, any kind of decision, this board should be asking, what are the equitable supports that we have budgeted for? That is on you. That is not on Doyle. That is on you, the board, to ask. How are we budgeting for equity? It is on you, the board, not to ask, are we communicating to families? But it's how are we communicating to families? Who is receiving this? In what languages? What is the process? How are we communicating this back to families? Prompt feedback loops, inclusive communication, and budget for equity. Thank you.
Thank you. You can email us the rest of your comments. Jessica Grimwood?
It's Jenica Grimwood.
Oh, sorry. How do you say?
Jenica.
Jenica. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. My name is Jenica Grimwood. I'm a Vita parent and a PTA member. As representatives of the Vita community, the PTA is constantly fielding concerns and fears from families regarding all aspects of the move to the Foothill, including transportation, as you heard, the timeliness of the timelines of readiness, the programs, and the morale of the community. Having walked the new site 6 weeks ago, it was overwhelmingly evident that there is much to do to ready the Foothill campus for next year. I won't review the punch list of construction concerns, but I want to express the lack of confidence that the community has towards the district to get these massive projects complete, let alone underway, before our August start date.
To be honest, the community is fed up with the gaslighting and blowing off of responses from leadership in regards to inquiries about campus readiness. These insulting, manipulative tactics make it feel like Vita families and community members are on a need-to-know basis when it comes to whether or not this school and its programs will be ready for the year, not to mention if the programs will be available at all. The community not only deserves, but demands to know what is going on and when it's going to happen. The students, staff, and families that are affected by the district's lack of transparency, shifting responses, and bait and switch communications regarding the scope of the project have little faith in district leadership and see this failure as a lack of preparedness and decision-making without details. Will there be construction happening while students are in class? Will the site be safe for when staff and faculty arrive? Will the school be in disarray for an entire term or longer? If the answer is yes to any of these questions, will any of this have been preventable on the front end with better preparedness, communication, and project management? While there is a sense of urgency to relocate Vita, where is the sense of urgency to dispel these concerns, provide a timeline, or get projects underway? We're all aware of the reduced enrollment concerns, and yet there are families who need to make critical decisions now regarding magnet applications. And these unaddressed issues, such as transportation and programs, let alone the safety and readiness of the campus, are deal breaker issues that are forcing families to make heartbreaking decisions prematurely because they don't have the data that will affect their family, which leaves the Vita staff and faculty and its PTA volunteers feeling completely helpless. It's like salt on a wound. The Vita Ohana will always persevere. That's who we are. We are not identified by a facility, but by a community with pride in our core values, our guilds. There is a consistent pattern of conflict regarding district leadership's publicized core values, which need immediate evaluation. As listed on the VUSD website, respect, trust, collaboration, equity, and kindness are the district's core values. Sadly, none of which the Vita community are feeling right now.
Email us the rest of your comments.
Thank you.
Heather Head.
Good evening, my name is Heather Head. I'm a parent of a current 7th grader and an 8th grader at Vita. I come here tonight not only for myself, but on behalf of many families to demand a yes or no answer to the question, will there be transportation provided, either temporarily or otherwise, to students when Vita moves to the new Foothill property? We need the leadership to stop gaslighting us with false promises and maybes in regards to this issue. Multiple times the community has expected and been told this issue would be on the agenda for a board meeting and that it isn't when the day comes. Now it is too late to have an answer for our families because the lottery results come out next week and parents won't have all the information needed to either accept or reject their spot at Vita or Vista Magnet or their homeschool. A full picture is crucial to so many families as they make their decision to continue their journey at Vita next year or even accept the initial spot in the upcoming lottery. I'm on the Vita PTA board, and this entire year we've been approached by families asking what are the plans for next year. Unfortunately, we've been kept in the dark about what's really going on and what's going to be available and ready for our school when it moves to the new site next year. So we have nothing concrete to tell them. It is not equitable to move us to the Foothill property without a solid plan in place that we actually know and are made aware of. In our current and potential upcoming Vita families, there are many who are not privileged enough to have a flexible work schedule or a car to take their students to and from school. It's impossible to walk to the new location like they currently can due to lack of sidewalks and being far from a central location. There's not even a public bus route that stops there right now. I'm in the district boundaries, and according to Google Maps this morning, it would take me 53 minutes, not including drop off and pick up traffic, for every trip to and from school next school year for my students. One's gonna be at Mission Vista and one at Vita. And this is with a car. And with only 25 minutes between the dismissal times, this is gonna make school drop off and pick up very difficult. If my Vita student had to take public transportation next year to the Foothill site, which many are going to need to do, it would take an hour and 32 minutes to get there from my house. One way. This means that my daughter would have to leave at 7:50 in the morning to barely make it on time, and includes over a mile of walking on the narrow roads near campus without any sidewalks to protect her from traffic. That's more than 3 hours every day just to get to and from school, and it would cost $10 a day to do so. How is this an acceptable and equitable option for our families? It does not set them up for success. I implore you to take these comments into consideration when you put transportation on next meeting's agenda Even if we only had 2 years of transportation available to students, so those who are being moved mid-junior high experience could finish, that would be such a big help. Because ripping out them in the middle of their junior high experience is very detrimental. In the future, families need to know clearly what transportation options are going to be available or not, and what the plans are when they apply to school. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Gary Thomas.
Hi. If Vista is going to remain equitable, moving it out of the middle of the city requires permanent transportation. Mission Vista High School has transportation as a magnet school. The foothill location is just as unsafe to reach without the sidewalks. So we can, get around the whole magnet school having transportation thing, just like Mission Vista. Transportation is impacting enrollment. We already have a couple hundred less applications for Vita this school year because of the change in location. We demand to know before the magnet school offers go out next Friday, whether it's a community update or an emergency board meeting. It has to happen immediately. And also I want to say on a separate note, I hear that you guys are also going to talk about workforce housing. I think that that's an insult to the workforce. I feel like you should pay them at a rate so they can afford to buy their own house. That's all.
Thank you. Okay, and that was our last public comment. Reports from school-related organizations, VTA. Ms. Carrie Avila.
Hello. Hello. Good evening, Board of Education, student board members, Superintendent Dr. Doyle, Cabinet, and community. We are proud to announce that we are sending students from Vista High School and Rancho Buena Vista to RILA Rotary Youth Leadership Awards, and it's giving them an incredible opportunity to grow as leaders and change makers. As a part of our Listening First and Acting Together tour, we're visiting all sites. We are visiting every site, standing alongside our members and ensuring that everyone's voice is heard. Our strength comes from our unity, and together we are shaping the future of our schools. This month, VTA has been actively gathering feedback from members for the LCAP, ensuring that educators, those who work directly with students every day, have a strong voice in shaping policies that impact our classrooms. We have shared the staff LCAP survey with our members and continue to visit sites to hear concerns and ideas. A resounding message from our members is the urgent need for greater support for our SPED students, including more instructional assistants and SPED teachers. Additionally, we emphasize the importance of listening to educators during curriculum pilots and A through G requirements discussions before making any policy changes. We are the ones in the classroom guiding and educating students. We must be heard. We are also honored to send 6 members to the Human Rights and Equity Conference this weekend, reinforcing our commitment to fairness, inclusion, and advocacy for all students and educators. We appreciate the district's support in making this possible. As we move forward, we are prepared to bargain with strength, purpose, and determination. We are hopeful that we are close to a tentative agreement, and we will continue to push for what is right. Most importantly, we remain steadfast in our commitment to working with the district to ensure that every decision is made truly in the best interest of our students. Together we are stronger. Together we will make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you. And next is our California School Employees Association, Ms. Marcela Ramos.
Thank you. Good evening, Board, Superintendent, Student Board, and Cabinet. I am Marcela Ramos, and here's our CSEA report. So I do want to remind the board a couple months ago, actually last year, we were excited to share that the district was starting to do the job classification study. And so we finally finalized providing feedback to the district, and the last step was before presenting it to the board was for our members to vote on it. So they were divided, all 101 job descriptions into three separate MOUs. And all 3 MOUs were not ratified, they did not pass. So we got feedback from our members as to why they voted it down. Their concern was we didn't get a chance to give our feedback individually to the district. So I just want to give the board an update as to what we're doing moving forward now. Our next steps is we're finding the negotiating committee is strategizing, or excuse me, finding ways to get feedback from our members to then relate that to the district. But ultimately, we started the conversation with the district of how are we going to do this over again? Let's start over and let's do it the right way. The key message was that we heard from our members was, I want to see those changes, right? Rather than relying on the administrator to pass along that info, it's like, can I get that information directly? That was one of the things, but we were definitely in conversations with the district to make sure that our job descriptions are up to date, because it is needed to be done every 4 years. So we're past due those 4 years. So we do want to move forward and quickly to get those job descriptions updated, because after that, we're going to do the district's going to do the compensation study. And that's what our members are so interested in learning. Will my pay increase? Knowing that I'm either the district's adding additional duties to my job description, or in comparison to our neighboring school districts, we deserve to get paid more. So that was a quick update. Hopefully we can provide you with future and updates as to when it'll be presented to you, to the board to vote on it. I do want to acknowledge the conversation, one topic that was discussed in the last board meeting, which was the school climate survey. I know I reached out to trustee Alvarado saying, I think we have suggestions, but we're going to actually pause on that because we want to get further feedback just to make sure, how can we increase classified staff participation in these surveys? So there's definitely room for improvement, but we just want to make sure that we get our members' voice as part of our suggestions to the board. So that should be coming soon, and we'll share that information with you all. And then lastly, that I want to highlight is we took part in CSEA LCAP forum last week. And so we look forward to seeing how the district presenting the information to the board. It was a great discussion. And we are still reminding our members to fill out the LCAP survey, and really emphasizing the importance of making their voice known by filling out that survey. And that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Marcela. Our DLAC report, Ana Cruz.
Nuevamente, buenas tardes, estimados miembros de la mesa directiva. La actualización de DILAC para la mesa directiva. DILAC realizó una junta oficial el lunes 24 de febrero y se cumplió un quórum de 17 escuelas de las 2 escuelas representadas. También cumplimos con la tarea número 1, que es el desarrollo de un plan maestro del distrito para programas y servicios educativos para estudiantes de inglés, con presentaciones por parte de Steve Post, Rafael Olavide y Victoria Curtis. En el primer punto, Steve Post compartió datos de LPAC del año pasado por nivel de grado y área. En el punto número 2, Rafael Olavide explicó los programas y servicios disponibles para aprendices de inglés en el plan maestro. En el punto número 3, Victoria Curtis explicó los nuevos cursos de estudios técnicos que serán un requisito para la graduación. En base a estas 3 presentaciones, los representantes de DILAC recomiendan, punto número 1, la primera recomendación es que se nos expliquen con ejemplos las estrategias utilizadas en el salón de clase, tal cual se aplica a cada grado escolar, y nos expliquen de igual manera cómo se ayuda en el mismo salón de clase. Cuando tienes un estudiante VIX, sus siglas en inglés, que es con habilidades básicas de comunicación interpersonal, y un estudiante CALP, siglas en inglés, pero que es comprensión cognitiva del lenguaje académico, quienes comparten un mismo salón de clase. En el número 2, también recomendamos capacitación para los maestros para que estén más familiarizados con las metas de adquisición de inglés y reclasificación. En el punto número 3, recomendamos proporcionar actualización a DILAC sobre los estudios técnicos con meta de plan de estudios. Y nuestra próxima junta oficial de DILAC se llevará a cabo el lunes 24 de marzo a las 6 de la tarde en el Centro de Innovación de Vista, VIC, por sus siglas en inglés.
Once again, good evening, members of the board. This is the DLAC update for the Vista Unified School Board. DLAC conducted their official meeting on Monday, February 24th. And quorum was met with 17 out of the 20 schools represented. We also completed task number 1, which is the development of a district master plan for education programs and services for English language learners with presentations by Steve Post, Rafael Olavide, and Victoria Curtis. In our first point, Steve Post shared LPAC data from last year by grade level and domains. In our second point, Rafael Olavide explained the programs and services available for English language learners in the master plan. Our third point was that Victoria Curtis explained the new ethnic studies courses that will be required for graduation. Based on these 3 presentations, DLAC representatives recommend providing. Our first recommendation is that you explain to us with examples of the strategies used in the classroom in which you apply at every grade level, and that you explain it to us in the same way on how you're helping in the classroom on students who are BICS, which is the acronym for Basic Interpersonal Communication Skills, and a student who has CALPS, which by their acronym is Cognitive Academic Language Proficiency, in which they share the same classroom. Our second recommendation is for training for teachers to become more familiar with English language acquisition goals and reclassification. For our third recommendation, we would like to provide DLAC with updates of the ethnic studies with the goals on the MIND plan. The next official DLAC meeting will be held on Monday, May 24th at 6 p.m. at the Vista Innovation Center, or as it's known, VITA.
Thank you. Okay, moving on, we have a student board member presentation. We have Fatima Zacarias Ramirez from Murray High School.
Dr. Miller.
And Dr. Okay, Dr. Miller, sorry.
Good evening, Dr. Doyle, distinguished members of the board. It was nice working with you last week at the board workshop. My name is Joel Miller. Again, I'm the principal of alternative education, Murray High School, Alta Vista High School, and Vista Visions Academy. So I'm here to introduce you, as you know, to Fatima Zacarias Ramirez. She is a student originally from Mission Vista High School, and since she's come to Murray, she's really turned around some of her grades. In our final trimester here of her senior year, she's making amazing progress. We're very proud of the work she's done. She's participated in our parent workshop, and she's joined here this evening by Brian, the love of her life back there, and her beautiful daughter, Juliet, who's there cheering her on. And I'm very honored to introduce you all to our board representative for Alt Ed, Ms. Fatima Zacarias Ramirez.
Hi, my name is Fatima Zacarias Ramirez. I am the student representative for Major Raymond General Murray High School. I began my school career here in Vista many years ago. I graduated from BMMS, then went on to Mission Vista High School. Like many other students, I was behind on my credits. I have a beautiful 9-month-old daughter named Juliet, who's growing big, fast, and doing just great. I'm excited to have the opportunity to talk to you tonight about Murray High School. Murray has different programs for students to take advantage of. One of my favorite programs is the Animal Career Exploration Program. This program allows students to go on field trips every Wednesdays and see many different career and job opportunities that involve both animal working environments and non-animal working environments. We then have the assignment of asking the employers and their employees on their career path and why they chose them. Afterwards, we create a written reflection on a piece of paper for our teachers. Cooking Club is also a terrific program. Students get to enjoy each Thursday right after school to earn credits preparing and cooking various foods while learning life skills. This club offers many types of foods and desserts that we make from scratch. We have made ice cream, muffins, pasta, chicken alfredo, ramen, and many other delicious foods. Cooking Club really encourages their students to get out of their comfort zone and pursue what they love doing. Murray also offers the Thursday night PM program. Many of our teachers and staffs are here after school from 4 to 7 PM to help our students make up their credits. We have teachers from Alta Vista High that assist our students as well. We also have students from Vista RBV and Mr. Vista High attending the PM program. Murray PM program also offers the driver's education and child development classes with Palomar College. Murray helps its students apply to internships by offering workshops to introduce them to us. They also help us prepare for interviews and how to engage with adults that we deal with. This really helps our students feel connected to our future and into developing leadership skills for our future. Students very much see Murray as a safe environment that is also assists with the Vista Community Clinic, and they bring them by into our school on occasions, and they help students set up appointments. Students see our teachers and staff as trusting and caring people, even before school starts. We also have the choice of playing different games with each other or with staffs. Murray helps their students be happy by having fun classes like the music club and the weightlifting club. Students really enjoy that. Tons of people go to it and they love earning credits with that. Murray really has impacted my life, giving me a second chance at earning my education. And to top that off, I just want to say thank you so much for giving me the chance to be here and speak on behalf of my high school with my students, even though they're not here. But I know they would like to hear this as well. But yeah, that's it. Thank you so much for your time.
I'm just gonna go ahead and move on to, unless, does anybody, are we good? We don't need a break yet? Okay, good. I'm gonna move on to, item number 8, discussion action items. 8A, ratify and approve purchase orders. Just restart the week.
Make a motion to approve 8A.
Okay, is there a second?
A second.
Okay, great. Is there any questions or lots? Okay. Go ahead.
Is he presenting or are we?
No, go ahead.
I have a few questions, sorry. I have a few questions on the POs. In light of the second interim report that we're about to get, line item 23, the Ford truck, part of the white fleet for $43,200 for IT. With the economic insecurity, I would suggest that we roll back the white fleet purchases. Line item 174, a different day network. It's a public relations communication piece for $3,500. We seem to have quite a bit of communication coming out, and public relations should be done in-house as opposed to outside. So I'm questioning that one. Same thing with economic insecurity on line item 384, coast to coast. It's PD. And if we are tasked with making cuts, PD would be a great place to start. $31,350 for a PD on attendance, behavior, etc., which we've had many PDs on that. Also, the NEF construction, line item 605. This one I find very difficult. It's $47,928 for a consultant fee, consultant, or perhaps this is the construction head for a new track at new track and field at VHS. My comment is, where is the same for RBV? Whenever we do track and field or field replacements, it always goes together. So I am not in favor of that PO until I see a like size PO for RBV. So in summary, I'd like to disallow item 20, line item 23. I would like to disallow item 174. I would like to disallow item 384. And I would like to disallow item 605 with the caveat, bring it back when you have RBVs as well.
Madam President, would you like him to respond now or? later?
No, go ahead and respond.
Very good. So to begin with, purchase orders are ratifications. These are items that have already occurred because the actions were approved in some way by the board. So we can respond to each of those line items, but these are payments that have been made. They are informing the board of an action that occurred based upon previous board direction. Therefore, to state that they're disallowed, unfortunately, they have been paid. They are for action items. We are happy to respond to each of the items with details, including information about the recommendation for track replacements, both at Vista High School and at RBV, and the funding that was discussed about that, pre-construction services that were rendered as part of that, but also the inability to do those projects due to lack of funding after it was realized what the scope of projects were. But we're happy to respond to each one in kind.
I may have used the wrong word. I wanted explanation on those and then also a discussion on no further white fleet purchases for trucks.
Point of order. We're not discussing future purchases of vehicles at this point. We are approving or ratifying this list of items.
Okay, duly noted, but I will keep it in mind to put on for a discussion at another board meeting. Is that it? Great, then we'll do that. Okay, thank you. All right, okay, so there's a motion on the floor. Any further questions or discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
nays?
No.
Nay? Okay, so 3 ayes, 1 nay, and 1 abstention. Motion carries.
Did you get the second on that, Chris?
Yes, member Markov.
I just wanted to double check.
Yeah. Thank you. Did you get the numbers, Chris?
Yeah.
Okay. Moving on, we have item 8B, 8B, which is this approve the second interim budget report.
Thank you.
I'm gonna see. I saw Ms. Machado at Grapevine today.
Yeah, we were reading to the kids together.
Many of us were at Grapevine today. Pleasure to see so many for Read Across America Day. I myself was the cat in the hat for Horton Hears of Hope. So, Madam President, Madam Vice President, members of Board Trustees, our student board members. We are here with our statutory requirement for reporting the second interim report. I'm joined this evening with Ms. Ana Machado, our Executive Director of Fiscal Services. Just a quick overview on this item. For a background, we're going to quickly, as we are required to do, display the requirements, financial assessments, and the method and the process for calculating the second interim. Then we will give you the second interim report, which is a high-level report. However, please recall, with this board item, also on our website, we do publish all of our standardized accounting code report. That's all 134 pages of the full report. So everybody can review that in the public. So that is available online at this moment. This is intended to be a high-level overview for our recommendation. After the staff recommendations, the summary of the county report and fund reports, we will give you a look ahead based upon the information that has been provided to us and general conclusions for board discussion and any board member comment if it pleases the board. So for interim reporting requirements, we have, and we bring the slide up each time we give you the Ed Code requirements under 42-130 and Assembly Bill 1200, AB 1200. The musts and provides, we do all of these items. Additional considerations, we do have to file this report on March 15th, meaning it is not filed yet. We are a little different than first interim. Due to the timing of first interim, we had to file before we presented to the board. That happens from time to time in many school districts. We are required to report by object and by function.
And then we have to give you the financial status and our recommendations based upon those automated reports.
Okay, Dr. LaShore, really quickly, our students that are here for credit, we are really glad you're welcome to stay. But if you are dismissed now, and we will have someone in the back to sign for you, sign your cards. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Board President, would you like me to wait until the room is cleared or can proceed at this time?
Go ahead.
For financial assumptions, these pretty much are the same financial assumptions with a few exceptions as the first interim report. The first financial assumption that did change is we have that central office reorganization that was approved by the board. It is built into this. We have a verification of many of the participants in PARs, and we verified that out. There are a few minor additions. Now, one of the additions of a change of assumption that I'd like to bring to your attention is the cost of living allocation, the COLA, was changed by the state. It was revised downward for next year as being a 1% COLA versus 2.5% COLA. I do want to include here, you're going to see two additional numbers there, 3.52 and 3.63. There should be one other number there, 2.43. 2.43 is the assumption for next year. 3.52 is an outlier year, and then 3.6 is looking well ahead as to something that may be coming down the pipe. We also are taking into consideration all of those gradual removal of one-time dollars, many of them having expired already. For our method and our process, we gathered the district budget information. It happens with actuals we have in hand. It doesn't mean that others don't come back later. The only true actuals known is after we go through the end of the year process. But we bring you with what we have on January 31st. That is the law. That is not necessarily a preference. That's the law. We review all of the restricted and unrestricted resources and align the budget with the projected year-end totals. We go through, we generate that SACS report. We do the multi-year projections within the county system. It's called PeopleSoft. County's not doing it for us. It's their system. We're not doing it internally on spreadsheets. Their computer system is generating it. We go through the criteria and standards reports. We perform all of the items according to state law. And then we present the information to you and we file a self-certification on how we believe we are doing. For slide 6, this is our summary of the second interim and our recommendations. We do recommend that the board accept the 2024-25 second interim report and file it with the San Diego County Office of Education. Our overall findings reflect that the district can meet our overall financial commitments for the multi-year budget at this time. Now, what does this mean? The overview of the indicators. We are going to show you a series of slides. The SACS reports go in this great detail on how this occurs. But the resources over 3 years declined by $96 million. Our beginning balances decline over $80 million because we project deficit spending. Expenditures also decline in that by $38 million. Our reserve for economic certainty moves from 5% in year 1 and year 2. That is the board policy for 5%. There is a state requirement for 3%. On year 3, we meet the state requirement exactly at 3.00%. We're just making it through that, but we do not make the board policy requirement, just the state minimum requirement, which does permit us to declare positive certification. Ending balances do decline over that interim 3-year period by $58 million. However, our overall finding is that the district, based upon the budget that was passed and what we are seeing, is in a position for positive certification and is solvent, meaning we have enough money to meet our financial obligations at this time. So we go through this in a few different ways. The first is we give you the top sheet on the general fund combined. You will see in this, you have blue this particular school year, pink is the following school year, and yellow the school year after. So year 1, 2, and 3 in this case. We'll soon, after this report is filed, be turning our attention to budgeting. And of course, that blue section will move over and we'll be looking at 2025 through 2028 rather than these 3 years as we do that. What we do is we break this down in 3 particular ways: the unrestricted, the restricted, and then the combined in terms of all of the revenues, the resources, and the other items. And that's broken down year by year. That's where, again, you see this decline of about almost $97 million, $96.9 million over that 3-year period. Those expenditures, again, declined by 38.4. And from about negative 54 million to about negative 32 million is your net increase decrease across the board. The projecting end balance moves from $88.6 million to about $30.2 million total between unrestricted and restricted. We then have to break that out in a different way, and we do that on slide 8, just as a general overview. On slide 8, yes, sir. We break this out in unrestricted and restricted. So we have the beginning balance and on both unrestricted and restricted. So for unrestricted, 25 million, beginning balance, 55 million unrestricted. You're going to see the total resources under unrestricted goes from 23.5. It will continue to evolve through this process. But you have the listing there again, listed out through the SACS reports. You're going to see a general trend of a shift from allocations and restricted resources to unrestricted, because we have an expiration and a decline in funds there. But you're also going to see that we have a declining of that ending fund balance over time in both. Now, one side note, because restricted resourcing can be really tricky. I've always found it a fascinating area. Many restricted resources are multi-year grants. So you get a lump sum that you have to account for over many years. It doesn't mean that you're supposed to spend it in any one year. So it can skew numbers from year to year. It can make it look like you have more money on hand than you have. You cannot use that restricted fund for an unrestricted item. You cannot use it for cash flow and other items. Okay, so we just put a note of caution there that as you look at that restricted amount, that those oftentimes are community school grants, other things, and there is a multi-year plan for spending. We try to demonstrate this is an overview sheet on slide 9. And what we see on slide 9 is that we have, again, that same thing this year, next year, the year after, blue, pink, yellow, but we highlighted the column that we are measured on. And this is, again, according to the general principles of accounting that all government officials have to abide by. We have to look at the unrestricted amount. That is what we have to abide by when it comes to these numbers. And you will see that the reserve for economic uncertainty percentage moves from 5% in the first 2 years to 3%. You will also see that the unrestricted fund ending fund balance moves from about 11.6%, 11.56%, all the way down to 4.5%. What does that mean? Let's sort of break that down. The amount of money for cash on hand to deal with cash flow issues is decreasing. That is in essence what that means. That means we may not have enough cash on hand if there are additional things that happen during that period. Again, not as much a concern for this year, but certainly looking at year 3, we are very low in those 2 areas. Looking on the restricted, you are again declining from about 43 million to 14.4 million. Other commitments declined from 9.8 million to about 3 million. Reserve for economic uncertainties we covered, and the projecting end balance moves from 11.56 to 4.5. Those are our general financial indicators. When we look ahead from reporting on the second interim, and that we do report solvency, which is a wonderful thing to report to the county, we do have to advise the board, and it's our fiduciary obligation to share with the board the information we have for your budget development. Now, the initial factors on this slide have already been shared with the board. So I'm going to just read the highlights. I'm not going to read descriptions, but we talked about there is a continuing declining enrollment happening. This week, Vista Unified hit a milestone marker that is a little troubling. This is the first time in many decades that Vista Unified School District no longer has 18,000 enrollees. We are now at 17,990 as of this week. So we have gone below that threshold. But there's more to that story that the board knows. We also added TK. So this is a declining enrollment trend that also has an added grade to it. So the decline of enrollment is greater than that. Reserve for economic uncertainties, we've shared with you already. The early retirement for it is 4.5 million, but also allows certain positions for your consideration as you go through the budgeting process. Facilities, we know, have come up well above budgeted levels, and that we know there are ongoing concerns with what funding sources we will use in the future. And cash flow will continue to be something that you hear me speak of as my obligation to advise the board of, to make sure we have enough cash on hand to meet all of our obligations. However, there has been additional information since first interim that we need to advise the board. Some of it the board has asked for, some of it is our obligation to report on. The first is on federal funds. Our current federal funding is about 27.9 million, or about 8.3% of our current budget. Primarily, this is reimbursement funding, meaning we don't get it up front. We have received a series of communications back and forth on this funding. We do not have enough information to share with you what is the funding amount that will be reimbursed or not be reimbursed at this time. Impacts to average daily attendance and enrollment, we've been asked to calculate what is the approximate cost of 1%. Well, a 1% reduction is of almost $4 million over the 3 years for 1% of ADA declining. That puts us in a very different situation. If we had used that as part of the assumptions, we could not report solvency starting in year 2. We'd be moved not to negative certification, but to qualified. But we were not using that as an assumption, as we're monitoring that, and we'll advise the board as we continue to monitor that. However, there are 2 other factors for the board's consideration. The first is we qualify not just for base funding, we qualify for supplemental and concentration grant funding. Concentration grant funding is the focus of right now regarding that additional amount to support our students that require extra funds. Well, you need to reach a unduplicated count of 65% of your students that qualify for that in order to receive those funds. We've been reporting roughly 65.1%. We are approaching the threshold where we no longer would qualify for those funds. If we fell below that 65%, and we are noting that if there is a decrease in ADA of the 1% that we've seen, that would be the 1% that would take us below that threshold line. We would be looking at an additional 11.4 million over the 3 years that we would be losing, for a total amount of over $15 million lost in that scenario. Special education rates is another area for consideration. We have hit another critical threshold since the first interim. We are now at above 20%, 20.1% of students qualify for special education services. This has implications to practice in our classrooms, for facilities, for transportation, and for a variety of other items that correspond with that. So we do feel obligated to report that back to the board for your consideration during budget development. Overall, however, our recommendation is as follows. Acceptance of the second interim report of positive certification with special considerations of the following key areas when developing your multi-year budget for the next cycle. For market factors, increased costs that generally exceed the cost of living allocation adjustments, meaning you may get 2 or 3 percentage points for COLA. However, we are seeing materials, markets, and supplies that may be subject to additional fees and services that may drive up costs by as much as 25–30%. We've already had some early reports of that. At the national levels, we have unknown financial impacts from executive orders and items that have come our way. At the state level, we have seen stable economic growth within California, and that has been predicted to be continuing. However, there's 2 sides of this. One, with stable economic growth, there's a prediction that there may be more tax revenue. However, a state of emergency was declared for Los Angeles and Ventura counties, which means tax collections will not occur until 6 months after the fact, which means we won't know until we're almost into the 2026 year what that tax collection will mean. So therefore, we don't know what will occur. It could mean that we receive more money for Prop 98 funding. It could mean, similar to this year, that they choose to put that into a reserve account. We can't speak to it as of yet. We also know that we do not have complete information on the budget development process from the state. Shared with the board, there are a variety of things that have been proposed, but they continue to be under development, and sometimes we get conflicting information. At the local level, we continue to urge the board to consider declining enrollment, the expiration and use of one-time funds, aging facility costs, special education rates, unduplicated levels for concentration grants, the average daily attendance rate, which is anticipated to drop by 1 percentage point or more, cash flow requirements for keeping the district solvent and paying our bills, and the reserve levels. That is a conclusion and a summary of what we have seen on those reports. We do have the SACs as part of the board item, and we are here as a resource for any discussion or any questions that the board may have.
Okay, thank you. We're almost to the point where we are going to release our student board members. So I would like to hear if you 3 ladies have any comments, questions, or feedback about this.
Oh,
No, I'm good.
I saw you were listening, so I wanted to make sure that, this is stuff that impacts students directly. This is what we do, one of the most important things we do, which is the budget. So I want, any feedback that you want to give us is more than welcome.
Okay, I have actually one question.
Sure.
Can you summarize it in a way where students will understand it?
Explain it to a 5-year-old.
We can pay our bills right now, but as we look to the future, there's a lot of uncertainty as to how we're gonna pay those bills. We want to deliver a lot of student services, but we have a lot of questions about what's next. So we have to go through a process to answer those questions. Okay. Thanks for asking that.
Anybody else?
Well, because of like the predictions for the future revenue and stuff, I think that I'm just like wondering like what are the next processes for any of the schools? Like would anything that needed to be paid for will still be paid for, or would that be like set back?
That's a great question. Thank you very much to our student trustee.
Can you repeat that question so that everybody? No, not you, that maybe Dr. Lozier can, because he's got.
So the question, as I understood it, and trustee Martinez, please correct me if I'm wrong, is what does this mean to schools? What are their next steps process, and can we pay for things right now for the schools? So let's start with, can we pay for things for the schools? There's no change in your school's plan today, but your school plans about a year in advance. So I used to be a principal, used to plan 1-2 years in advance, and they're trying to figure out what they do next. So for right now, everything can be paid for. What are the next steps? Well, they actually have already started meeting to talk about how many teachers we will get based upon how many students we think will be coming next year. We start our planning process at this time for next year, and we'll continue that. And then we also meet with the board through a process. And we go through the next several months through community planning and all sorts of forums. The board makes the final decision on the budget all the way in June. And then we start meeting with principals right away to give them a prediction for the following year. Then they go on vacation. Everybody goes on vacation, and then they come back, and as soon as they come back, they want to know exactly how much money they have and what they're gonna do. And we start that process, and very quickly, they start allocating funds for the year. That's the next step process for schools.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? Okay, well, we have 10 more minutes before you're excused. So I'd like you guys to stay, so, but I'll let you know when you're excused, but thank you for participating. All right, now, for the other trustees, the grown trustees, any questions? Questions, discussion? Oh, trustee, Vargas, do you have a question?
Yep, so you mentioned that in the coming years, we're gonna fall under the 65% fund duplicated. We've seen that in some of our campuses, like casino, where they go, a little under and then over. And so with that, do we know, like based on demographics and the demographer, the data that they produce for the district? Like, is that expected to also decline at the same rate, or are we getting more middle income, high income students into our district?
Thank you very much, trustee Vargas. So I want to clarify, and thank you for asking the question. We don't know for a fact whether we will fall below. It's when we get this close, it's our obligation to report to you that we're this close. The trend has been going down. If you go back several years, to answer your question directly, go back several years. When we started to do different requirements for free and reduced lunch and reporting on that, many families stopped reporting. So let me share with you, and I'll share more in a Friday letter on this. You're asking if we believe as a district that less than 65% of our students will be of that level. The answer is no. According to demographics, we believe it's above 65%. But we can't do it on demographics. We have to do it on reporting. And we know that each year, well over 1,500 families do not report on an income. So let me share with what that means for percentage points for an understanding. When you're talking about a thin margin, If of the 1,500 families that didn't report, the first thing is it may sound counterintuitive. Many people feel that of the 1,500 families, they must not report because they don't qualify. Just in terms of studies on that, that turns out not to be so. But let's just talk real numbers. If of the 1,500, 10% qualified, not 65%, 10% qualified, that's 150 students. That takes you to 65.3%. You're out of the margin entirely. If you are talking about 20 students, another 0.2 to 0.3. So there's two aspects to this. What do we believe is our true demographics based upon demographers' reports, based upon what we know from that versus what is reported? We can only file what is reported.
Yeah, let me jump in just for a minute because there's a nuance to this. And that is, everyone's aware now that any student can have a free lunch. So when that came on board and all students had access to it, there was a less interest in parents to submit their paperwork. So we're working on a new system this fall to capture that information from parents at the very beginning of the school year so that they don't have a choice to submit the information. We need that information so it accurately reflects the student demographics of our population. We believe that the need is well above 65%.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, my second question, we mentioned, some federal funds are up in the air. Poway and Sweetwater have already had some funding cut. Have we been similarly impacted by some of the announcements by, DOJ department?
So we do know of one particular impact. We were cut for a math grant. However, the service provider of the math program through iReady did agree to donate their services for the remainder of the year. So there's no physical impact to the district, but we did lose one grant out of the gate. Many times these things are lagging behind, so we will report it as we know back to the board and we get the information.
What's the amount on the grant that if you would have gotten money?
I wouldn't want to misquote. It was not a small amount, and I want to get you the exact amount, and I'd be happy to publish that as our follow-up. As we do now have the follow-up webpage available, we can report that out to the community.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? I do. Currently, what reimbursement or what does the federal government give us to educate our special education students? I've heard, over the course of the years, 25 cents to the dollar. It's like an unfunded mandate that a lot of the funds come from the general fund to educate our kids with IEP. Do you guys have a ballpark figure about what the current federal government is paying us to educate our kids with IEPs?
Yes, Ms. Machado has asked for the honor, so we're going to give it to her.
So currently for this year, we have around $5.5 million that we get from the federal government in the form of what they call the IDEA, so for students with disabilities.
But what does that come out to per
Per
student?
student, I wouldn't have the math out of the top of my head.
And
But
the
it
reason-
is minimal compared to the more than $40 million that we spend on special education.
Yes. The reason I ask is because of the uncertainty that might be with the funding from the federal government, the Department of Education. And so I just think if we know what it is now, we can prepare for worst case scenario as we build our budget in the next for the next 2-3 years. My second question is, at what point do we revisit our board policy for what we wanted to have as a reserve, which was 5%, to realistically adjust it, but not go down to 3%? When do we have that conversation? And we talk about either modifying the board policy or committing to the 5%.
That would be at the board's prerogative to discuss. We did review the board policy. It was re-upped in due course of just the regular re-up cycle. But the board does have a prerogative to do that. We are also happy to provide the board with advice from financial experts and scholars on this topic that recommend various levels for various reasons during times of economic uncertainty. So we can provide the board with all that, and if it pleases the board, we can bring that back for discussion.
At the very least, perhaps putting it in the Friday letter as we have our budget workshops would be helpful.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, comments?
I do have a comment. This is a very concerning report, obviously. And then when I was going through the board packet, I realized that we're spending $28 million this month. Shouldn't we be looking at areas that we can cut back on now?
Well, that would be the board's decision and the board's prerogative to halt all spending or other items and to direct us as to what to do. We are engaged in executing the plan for the budget as the budget was approved. We don't hold the authority as the district administration to just stop spending and to stop the board approved plans. That would be the board's prerogative.
I think we should look into that.
I agree. Okay, any other discussion items?
Just a comment, I'm seeing, a lot of news across the state about layoffs, even in our own county, so, I know that this is difficult times, but at the same time, looking at the staffing that we have we have not had to do that. We have minimized that, by looking at other ways to reduce the impact of the district.
Okay, thank you. We're about 2 minutes early, but I'm gonna excuse our student trustees. Thank you so much for participating with us. And you're more than welcome to stay. if you want to. Thank you. Okay, and now I will entertain a motion to approve the, second interim, report.
So moved.
By trustee Markov, is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by trustee Alvarado. Any further questions? Comments or discussion? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, thank you. Moving on, 8C is our Better Together annual survey.
All right, Dr. Daly, are you able to hear us?
Yep, I can hear. Can you hear me okay?
Sounds great. When you're, Madam President, when you're ready, we can get started with the process. Board members, you all have a copy of the PDF. I'm going to show it on the screen as well.
Okay.
You ready?
Yes.
Dr. Doyle, is it possible for me to share my screen also, or no?
Should be able to, right?
I don't think I don't see a share option at the bottom of my screen anywhere. I think it's because it's a webinar maybe. Oh, here we go. One second. Because I just wanted to just remind the board of what we
can see it.
Can you
We
see
can
it?
see
Okay,
Yes.
great. Great. Do you want me to go ahead and get started, Dr. Doyle, or do you anything you
Yeah,
want to?
the last time we met, let me give a quick introduction and I'll hand it off to you, Dr. Daly. So the last time we met, you had the original presentation, you all gave feedback, we made some adjustments, we provided you those adjustments in a Friday letter. So the purpose of tonight is to review them briefly, get any final feedback for you on that so we can finalize it and we can get moving with the survey. So if you're comfortable, we can have him kind of quickly go over the adjustments.
Please quickly.
Okay, we're ready to go. It's color coded, so good job.
Yeah.
Thank you. First of all, good evening. Thanks for having me. I know you've got a really full evening. I wanted just to quickly go over, just to remind you again what the purpose was. You all know about it, so I'll go through that quite quickly. I wanted to mainly spend a little bit of time on the decision-making parameters we used in doing the adjustments based on your really good input from the last meeting, show you the suggested changes, and then any discussion we may have. As you all know, this is a focus on our core values, as you heard about this evening. We are focused on the core values that you're very well aware of. And we use this particular tool, the one that we did some revisions on that you're going to see this evening, as a tool for reflection, improvement, and growth, as well as to track progress on district direction in these particular areas. So last year, we did a really significant refresh on the survey to better align with the new strategic direction the board had set. And I got your feedback when we all met together on the 6th of February and went through and reworked the survey based in part on your feedback. When I did that and I communicated these to the board, and I think, well, I certainly communicated to the district, I think they were also communicated to the board as well, that these were the decision parameters that I used when doing the adjustments. First, I wanted to make sure to provide you all actionable data focused on your strategic vision. I think that's a shared goal we all have. Continue to keep the tool focused on growth and improvement, as we've discussed. a commitment to the instrument validity and reliability so that you're actually getting data back on the things that we say we're measuring. I also made decisions based on maintaining consistency for the majority of items from last year to this year to enable us to have year-over-year comparison, because that's really where the meaning making takes place. I minimized the amount of changes, although I still made significant number of changes, to maximize the expediency in us collecting the data, because I know the board wants me to collect the data now and be able to report back to you. So I'm mindful that the school year is ticking away. I removed survey items, for example, around the well-being, thanks to some thoughtful input by some of the board members, to reduce the sort of lengthy part of the survey, which I think will ultimately benefit fatigue and decreased response rates. I was listening in when the CSEA did their report, and I'm really excited to hear that they're really thinking about the response rates. And I agree, I think there's some things we can do in that space. I reviewed all the current titles and the namings and compared them back to previous Better Together instruments we'd use to make sure all the titles and everything aligned. And I provided at the end of what I'm going to show you an additional set of constructs that we've used before in the district that I know work really well in Vista because we use them for a number of years in Vista. So you saw what Dr. Doyle sent out to you. I'm going to review that right now. Items that were in red font are proposed to be removed based on board feedback. Items in green represent some edits, suggestions, and reviews that I undertook. So let me just go ahead and stop sharing this, and then I'll share the PDF that you were sent and walk through that PDF with all of you. And it's a little difficult for me to see all of you, so please just indicate, talk over me, whatever you want to do to like get my attention. So let's start here. This is just a cover letter, a little bit of the reminder of what this is about. And then you're going to see each of the major stakeholder groups here. These are all fully clickable. So if you clicked on teacher survey, it brings you right to the teacher survey. And it shows all the main groups. I went through every one of the stakeholder groups to look at the changes and adjustments based on your feedback from last time. So I won't belabor this, but to say that all of the groups that we would take data from were accounted for, and all of them had adjustments made to them. So I'll use the teacher as an exemplar survey. So I went back and I looked at like previous years when we measured leadership climate, because one or two of the board members made some thoughtful questions like, oh, okay, how does this compare to some other climate measures? So I wanted to make sure we had the leadership climate that was in, which is about site administration, that we had items that have to do with collegial trust, which you've asked in the past. So these green ones were compared to our 2024, pre-2024 state administration, and then modified, updated, titles adjusted to make sure that they match what we were interested in looking at. Anything in red, like all these well-being questions that we talked about, were removed. I did keep some well-being question because I know that's a really important element to all of you, particularly as we talk about social emotional well-being for our staff, our faculty, and our students. So I didn't completely remove all of the well-being items. I think I was trying to use board input and thoughtful conversation to try to really narrow it. So all the items here in red will be stripped out, assuming that's what you would like me to do. These collaboration ones remain, rigorous learning opportunities remain. Those are the same from previous years. The work around student activating agency, those all remain from previous years, as does the demographic information. Now, let me just say that what I did is I went through each of the main stakeholder groups. So starting with the teachers, then going to the school classified. And you'll notice I went and I made sure I lined up the leadership climate so that we're measuring that kind of leadership climate for all of the major stakeholder groups. So I won't show them all to you. You can scroll through them. But what I did is make sure everything was aligned across stakeholder group so that when I report back to you, I can say, from the teacher perspective, this is a way that we're thinking about leadership, from the classified, from the parent perspective, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Same thing, I went through here and pulled out the well-being items that we discussed last time. Again, as I mentioned before, I retained some well-being, and then collaboration, et cetera, we retained. If you look at the student survey, I did the same thing. I made sure that we were looking at a particular climate survey to get the kids' input, the students' input, as well as the belonging and safety. I also took out the well-being questions again for the students, left the rigorous learning opportunities for them because I know that's really critical to the mission that you're working on, and left in collaboration and voice. For the parents, we did the same thing. I made sure to include school climate for the parents. And you can see the list of items here. I also included the section on educational climate because I know the climate was an issue we wanted to pay attention to. And then again, stripping out the well-being questions. And then it's sort of more of the same. I'll just draw your attention to one final thing. Here, I know I'm talking very quickly, but I know you have a really full agenda this evening. The last section, the last part I included here is an appendix. And in that appendix, if there wasn't enough items measuring climate, et cetera, I did go back also pre-2024 and I pulled forward some additional climate items that we didn't include in the strategic refresh around Better Together this year, only because some of these items weren't directly related and we felt like we captured them in some of the items we were asking. But I also wanted to provide you some other kinds of additional items that you may be considering or you want to think about. So let me just stop there because that was a lot of information in a really relatively short period of time. I really tried to honor the discussion. I tried to honor what we've done in the past, at the same time trying to maintain consistency and comparability year over year, so that when I came before you again at the beginning of the next academic year, I could then say, okay, here's where we were in our first measurement, here's where we are now, and we try to compare them. And then finally, the last thing, as I mentioned before, I was also really cautious not to add in item and item and item and item, because the survey itself, as one of the board members mentioned, is actually quite long. So let me stop there. Dr. Doyle, I know I was working with you and staff on this. Were there anything I left out or missed?
I think you captured it.
Thank you, Dr. Daly. Okay, so time for questions. Any questions? Any discussion?
I just have a real quick question. Under elementary and secondary schools, what does it mean when it's in yellow?
Oh, yeah, it's a good question. So the ones there they're probably reverse coded. Do they sound like they're negatively worded?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what that does, I can't remember if I explained this last time or not, but what we try to do is to make sure that people aren't faking good or faking bad. So this is a way to ensure that we're checking this. It's also a trigger for me to know when we do the analysis and we score them that I reverse code those items. But I wanted to highlight them for you to take a look at too.
So those are remaining in, you just highlighted it. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. I should have mentioned what the yellow was. And I should also say on those particular items, those are also really useful kinds of items because it causes people to think about things in new and different ways.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, last month I asked for questions to be in each of the groupings regarding district leadership. And I see it at the very bottom after the index, but there's a few in educational leadership, group number 7, that does deal with district leadership, questions for district leadership. But I think that should be in parents and also classified and also certificated.
Okay, if the board is giving that direction, that's why I included it, because I was trying to be really careful not to inundate. We've got quite a bit in there around leadership in general, but I'm happy to add that set of items in at the different stakeholder groups.
Yes, I would appreciate that, but please use district office and just negate the administrators, because at the bottom after the index, it says district administrators and site administrators. We need something just for a district because we already have site administrators in many of the questions.
Yeah, good. Let me clarify. So that set of items, it's like, it's a thing to remind me that it's a choice point. So in other words, it's like, it says district and, but when you get it, it's just it's a reminder to me that I need to create a set for district and to create a set for site so that they're comparable. So yeah, I don't ask them together because you're right. It doesn't give you clean data if you do that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and I agree with trustee Martin. Okay, trustee Vargas?
Yeah, can I just follow up on that? Dr. Daly, like for example, we do it with the students or with even the parents or even some staff that may not necessarily have interactions with the school district.
Yeah.
How would that impact the survey and the quality of the data?
Yeah, it's a good question. So this is why when we really think about who the constituents are, like, for example, I wouldn't include that set of district administrators in with the student survey, for example. Like, it's not going to give you useful data because what ends up happening, you just got a bunch of missing data. But for, the teaching staff, the classified staff, the parents, the other major stakeholder groups, it makes sense. One thing that we do also is when we report the data back, if there's a lot of missing data, then I don't report it because I feel like it's not reflective of an overall picture about what's happening in the system. So the students won't have district staff, but all the other stakeholder groups will, if that's what the board would like me to do.
Perfect, and with that, if we do put that forward, if there are large discrepancies, if you could let us know, definitely want to make sure that, we get valid data once again.
You got it, Cipriano.
So is there consensus that you would like us to add that to all the sections?
Yes.
Just
except
those three.
Except.
Yeah,
for
the
students.
sections he thinks are appropriate.
Yes.
Yes.
The other, I'm just looking for the other board members, make sure we're doing what we need to do. Okay, perfect. All right, moving on.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Okay.
We'll get that to
We're
you in a
good.
Friday letter soon.
Thank you, Dr. Daly.
One last follow-up.
Thank you. Have a nice evening, everybody.
Now, hold on,
Wait,
don't leave yet.
Oh.
So real quick, we'll get that information to you fairly quickly, because the turnaround will be fast. And then the assumption is you would like us to begin the process. Correct? Because we're running out of school time.
Yes, that I would
So
say.
we don't have to
As
wait for
long as
another
we
board
have the
meeting.
addition.
I'm gonna get it to you in a Friday letter.
Yep.
But my point is, if we wait till April,
I understand.
we're gonna run out of time.
I understand.
Okay, who's in favor of doing that?
So we'll get moving on. We'll give it to you in a Friday letter quickly, and then we'll get moving. All right,
Okay,
sounds
thank
good,
you.
Ellen.
I'd like
Thank
to
you.
request that, that we make sure that both classified and certificated have time within a meeting, a staff meeting within their workday to complete this. Like, where, they have a meeting before or after school or some way so we can get as many people to respond as possible.
Yeah, what we've done in the past, and we'll do it again, and we'll continue to work with CSEA to get more in, is we've included it in a stack.
Okay,
Thank you, Ellen.
I'm good with that. Thank you.
Hey, thank you all. I appreciate the input. Take care.
Thanks. Okay, moving on, we're 8D, A through G requirements, and we have a couple of old
Did
cards.
we get a bathroom break or?
Yeah.
It must be-
You wanna do a bathroom break?
Okay, we'll do a bathroom break. Sorry, we'll do the bathroom break. Okay, so we'll take a
We are on AP, A through G graduation requirements. We have a couple of gold cards. First is Jennifer Hall.
Good evening. I serve as the English Department Chair at RBV, and I sent a letter this week with concerns about the soon-to-be implemented A through G graduation requirements for USD students. I'm here tonight to address my specific experience with students in A through G. I teach 2 sections of English 12 IB HL, a university-level course that prepares students to take an IB exam that could earn them college credit. The students in these classes are motivated to attend top universities like UCLA and UCSD right after RBV, or to transfer to these schools from community college. I understand the rigor that is necessary for students to succeed in university, having met A through G standards. We encourage all students who want to challenge themselves to fulfill A through G and to take honors, AP, and IB classes. There are no barriers to enrollment. I also teach 2 sections of English 9, the baseline English class that most 9th grade students take. Students in this class arrive with a wide variety of skill levels and of motivation. Many plan to attend a 2-year or a 4-year college after graduation, while others are interested in a career in the military or direct entry into the workforce. We've always honored the different paths that students choose, knowing that what works for one student doesn't work for all. That's why we offer different academic programs and electives, including IB and CTE. Some students already have a plan for their futures that don't involve university. One of my former students named Colton is a perfect example. Colton was in my English 9 class. He arrived prepared for high school reading and math, but he was not passionate about any academic area of study. He earned good grades, but wasn't focused on school until he enrolled at RBV's construction CTE class. This class inspired Colton in ways other classes never did. He completed both the construction and welding pathways by the time he graduated from RBV. These paths led him to be hired as a full-time welder upon his graduation last June. If he had been mandated to take both world language and art, he would not have had room in his schedule to take the classes that ultimately sparked his interest and set him on the course for his career. Colton's mom tells me that a 4-year university pathway was never Colton's plan, even though it was a path that his older siblings had pursued. All 5 of her children graduated from RBV and have all followed different paths, including 4-year university and the military. RBV has met their varied needs and helped them all to pursue successful postgraduate lives. It's wrong to label Colton's path as being the result of low expectations because he didn't follow an A through G path like his sister did. Yet that's what it seems we're doing when we mandate A through G for all. Finally, many students I meet in English 9 arrive with deficits in reading, language, and math skills needed to meet A through G standards. Yet this new plan would force them into a course of study that they are not prepared to succeed in. This plan creates additional barriers to graduation for students who already face significant challenges. Our current 8th graders will be held to this new graduation standard starting next year, despite not having received additional instruction to prepare them for the advanced requirements they will face in math, the sciences, and world languages. Many students are facing these more rigorous requirements. Thank you.
Thank you. You can send us the rest of your comments.
I will.
Okay, thank you. Andrea Miller-Fay?
Good evening, board members. Try again. Oh, sorry. Okay. Kim Collier from Vista High and I sent an email expressing concerns about the move to A through G for EL students in particular. Thank you to those who read and responded, but I wanted to provide examples of why this change is not beneficial for all students. At RBV, we're beginning registration for next year, and since I teach an ELD class made up of mostly 11th graders, I'm talking to them about their plans. Juan has a 3.4 GPA, scored at LPAC level 3 last year, and I anticipate his reclassification this year. He will take his first AP class next year and is working to ensure his A through G eligibility. His plans are to go to either Palomar or CSU San Marcos, and he's considering pursuing a career as a social studies teacher. His best friend in class, Gustavo, scored a level 1 on LPAC last year. While he has made gains in English proficiency, he will not reclassify. He is working hard to pass his classes despite his limited English. He would like to be a mechanic like his dad and has no desire to go to college, but is interested in an apprenticeship or mechanic school after graduation. We don't have an auto shop at RBV, but he's excited about taking a hands-on CTE course next year. In the same class as Carmen, she will also likely reclassify this year, but has really struggled in math and will not meet A through G eligibility. That's okay because she has no intention of starting at a four-year college and is unsure on her post-high school plans. She loves art and is incredibly talented, so even though she's met her VAPA requirements, she will take an advanced art class next year. These students have different needs despite similarities in age and US entry date. This is why personalized learning not only benefits our students, but respects their talents and goals. I'd also like to address the language proficiency exam, or LOTE. We don't have an approved LOTE, even though this policy will impact next year's freshmen. What languages will it support? Most of our students speak Spanish, but will there be a LOTE for Yun Han, who speaks Mandarin, John Paul, who speaks Tagalog, or our more recent influx of Russian and Ukrainian students like Ilya? And there is no LOTE for indigenous language like Zapoteca or Mom that students like Arena speak. And this exam will not support the many long-term English learners that have spent their entire education in VUSD, but are not proficient readers and writers in Spanish or English. I know the argument will be that we need to have high standards, and I don't disagree, but even the state of California recognizes that there is more than one way to demonstrate college and career readiness. A through G coursework is just one. I don't want to give the impression that EL students are not prepared for college. 4 years ago, Tiara graduated from RBV with a full IB diploma despite starting as a freshman in ELD 2. Last year, Ashley, who I first met in ELD 3, was enrolled in my English 12 IB HL class. She also earned her full IB diploma. There are countless kids who start their journey at RBV enrolled in ELD and graduate prepared for college, but the reality is that path is just not right for every student. A one-size-fits-all approach is not right for EL students or any one student group. I'm asking that VUSD prioritize and recognize the academic learning needed for successful completion of community college, degree, or career path.
Thank you. Okay, and moving on, we're ready for, yes.
Come on up. All right, so before you start, I asked the team to prepare just a quick slide deck, about 10 slides. This is good to have a historical perspective of how we arrived here, kind of some of the direction we got from the previous board and the process we've taken to prepare for this process of A through G. So Ms. Sehan is going to take it away.
Thank you so much, esteemed board, community, and staff. I am Sandra Seha, Executive Director, and with me tonight is Victoria Curtis, our Coordinator of Secondary Programs, and we are happy to provide an update for you on where we are in implementation of the board policy changing our high school graduation requirements. And this journey to increase our college and career readiness for our students actually was catalyzed in 2020 through the Arenda Discovery Report. In that report, the inconsistencies in both beliefs and systems within and across our schools was pointed out that we were not all of the same mind, that this was our job to increase college and career readiness and create avenues and ensure that every student and family were informed about the options and pathways. From that discovery study, our board courageously adopted an equity policy, which created that level of commitment to ensuring that every student in Vista receives what they need to be both academically and socially prepared for a very rapidly changing global economy. And in 2022, the board approved our framework for the future, which is our community's voice, speaking to what we would like to have each and every one of our students know, and be able to do. With this policy, we have raised expectations of what we want our students to be able to do, and that requires changes in both our systems and our adult portraits to align to those higher level of expectations. Last school year, we engaged in looking at some of our foundational systems, including our high school schedules. If we want to have more students be able to access rigorous college level courses, college preparatory courses, and participate in CTE, and participate in their electives, and participate in those specialized programs that they may need, like ELD, or special education services, we needed to change the schedule for our students. And so our board approved new schedules for both Vista High and RBV to be able to expand the course offerings. And then, of course, as you know, in January 2024, the board approved our high school graduation requirement policy. That not only spells out a higher level of coursework, but ensures that every student will be, and parent, will be informed about what is a four-year pathway through our personalized learning plan that's embedded in the policy, includes opportunities for students to look at what are their strengths, interests, and career pathway interests matched with the development of a four-year plan. The policy also speaks to the requirements in Ed Code for providing alternative pathways for different student groups, including our newcomers, including our foster and homeless and military families, including our students who are in our mod to severe classes. So all of those are alternatives are spelled out in Ed Code. And part of our process now is looking at what are some of those other things that we need to have in place. So since that time, we have been actively working with our administrators and our teachers across the district to identify what are the concerns, what are the barriers, what are the challenges, and what are we going to do to address those so that we can successfully implement the will of the board through this policy. So this slide, we're presenting a little bit of information about our high school graduation and A to G results over the last 3 years. Since we have had this renewed focus on increasing college and career readiness, we have remained relatively stable in the percentage of students graduating from Vista with a diploma. So while that stayed stable, we actually have improved in the percentage of students who are meeting the UC CSU requirements. So with increased attention, we've had increased opportunity and we've had an increased outcome. So you can see there that overall as a district, we've gone from 48% of our students meeting these requirements to now nearly 58% of our students meeting these requirements. And we expect that this would continue as we revise our systems and practices. So we're in good company. We're looking towards our neighboring districts and some large urban districts who have been leading the pathway ahead of us. Los Angeles Unified implemented an A to G requirement beginning with the class of 2022. So we've been looking to their resources and opportunities that they've built in to make their policy successful. San Marcos Unified began their A to G requirement with last year's graduating class in 2024. San Diego Unified, which is not on the chart, is beginning their requirement with this incoming class of 2025. And Escondido School District, they will begin with the class of 2028. This year, and Oceanside Unified is nearly A to G, but not quite yet.
For you. Oh, thank you. So this slide shows the current graduation requirements for students that are already in high school. And then on the right side, the new graduation requirements. You can see that 220 credits are required for both. We haven't changed the total number of credits. We just distributed them in different buckets. Students will need a D letter grade in each course in order to graduate from high school, while they need a C to fulfill UC and CSU requirements, along with a minimum GPA. So we'll talk about the subjects with minor shifts first. In category A, history and social studies, 30 credits and the same courses are required. In category B for English, there's no change. Category D, laboratory science, it's still 20 credits, but they must be D approved and include labs. Category F, visual and performing arts,
is 10 credits now, where before it was optional, where students had a choice to take 10 BAPA credits or 10, excuse me, credits of language other than English. And in G electives, previously it was 70 credits, now it's 50, with a shift of 20 elective credits to category E, language other than English.
So there are two subject areas that face more substantial shifts from our current policy to our future policy. And the first one is category C, mathematics. We're still requiring the same total number of 30 credits, but the courses must be college preparatory C approved courses. So these are more rigorous math courses. One of the opportunities that we have students who are successfully completing integrated math 1 in middle school. They are eligible to go on to integrated math 2, but not yet eligible to get high school credit for that. So we're looking into how can we get the high school credit. EdCode does allow for us to provide high school credits to students completing like courses in 7th and 8th grades. Our students who are entering 9th grade underprepared in mathematics has been one of our chief concerns raised by our staff. And our students who are entering in underprepared will likely need to take math every semester or during the summer in order to satisfy the requirements. Currently, our high schools are developing summer school plans to both offer math support for our incoming 9th grade students so that they get a leg up as they're coming in. And they're also offering credit recovery for students who need that, who are currently in high school during the summer. Our middle and our elementary schools are also offering math interventions during the school day, and they're developing summer school plans. Again, we've heard it loud and clear. This needs to be a collective effort. And so we're working across the board, K-12, to say that we all contribute to the success of our students in high school.
So the number of students who arrive in high school unprepared for math is definitely a concern and a barrier to meeting the graduation requirements. This chart shows the number of students enrolled in quantitative reasoning, which is the remedial math course that many of those unprepared students are enrolled in. You can see that over the last 3 years, we've decreased the number of students enrolled in quantitative reasoning as sites have worked to provide more interventions. We've also taken some proactive steps throughout the district. One of them is to develop priority standards K-12 that helps to focus the most important standards and the ones that build on each other and are needed for continued success in math. We have K through 12 math assessments that allow teachers to and the district to measure progress and offer interventions. We have a math TOSA who does demonstration lessons, coaching and professional development K-12. We've engaged in math professional development in elementary school. We are hopeful for middle school math adoption as there is a new framework, and we have teachers that are participating in a workshop that dives into that framework. And when the state releases an approved list of materials, we are hoping in the future to pilot those. In the upcoming months, we will continue middle and high school articulation and then some focused goal setting to decrease the percentage of students in the far below level. In category E, language other than English, the change is previously optional 10 credits, now 20 credits, or minimum proficiency. Students can graduate high school by showing proficiency. However, CSU and Cal States typically require the credits.
So this slide actually takes us a little bit beyond what our policy is. So our policy and what's currently available to our high school students is for them to complete 2 years of world language courses only in grades 9 through 12. Again, we currently have students in middle school who are completing up to 3 years of second language study while in middle school, and they are not receiving credits for those courses. So we do have an opportunity to relook at that and provide students with those credits to recognize the work that they've done and the success that they've had. The other items on here are actually drawn from examples from other school districts of how we can address some of the needs that we'll have for language other than English. One of the things that is used throughout San Diego is 2 years of world language courses in independent world language school. So there are schools in San Diego, I see them on the weekends, that offer Chinese. We've got Hebrew, we've got Hindi, we've got every language that you could possibly imagine in San Diego. And parents are taking their students to these courses, primarily heritage language courses that are approved. And so we can look to partnering with these and making this information available and giving credit to our students who are attending these programs. Another option is for students to pass an AP or IB World Language exam. If they haven't enrolled in an AP or IB course, we can provide them with a certificate of competency. Again, as Vicki mentioned, that may or may not be, some of the universities will accept a certificate of competency. Another option would be for us to provide credit to students who complete 2 or more years of formal instruction abroad in a language other than English beyond grade 6. So particularly our newcomers, we would be able to validate the language that they come to us with a certificate of competency. Another example is a district approved LOTE. Language other than English is a mouthful, so we say LOTE assessment. We have already started to examine what are the LOTE assessments that are used in surrounding districts to help validate the level of competency of our students. And finally, our students can also receive a certificate of language competency from a college or university. So we have an opportunity to reach out to our Cal State San Marcos, Palomar, Maricosta, to see what opportunities we can offer to our students for them to take an approved test, which then would help them to demonstrate that level of competency.
Okay, thank you. Is there any questions? Okay, go for it.
Anybody else have any questions first? I have quite a few.
Go ahead.
The previous board had the UC graduation requirements, which would have been a C-. And so now I see in the slide that it's lowered to D. So we're no longer compliant with the UC A through G. Is that correct?
And you're referring to the board policy? That the board policy is what you meant in the board policy?
No, the previous board suggested that it would be a UC A through G, which requires a C-.
Yes, so the actual policy, the front matter of the policy talks about how a student on the California dashboard would have to be counted as UC CSU. They would have to have the coursework and the minimum grade level of C. Our actual policy says that students must pass, which has been our practice. They must pass, which in Vista is at a minimum of a D grade. So our policy actually says a D grade.
Right, so that's not A through G.
It provides our students the opportunity to access a course sequence. If they don't get the grade point average, they would not be eligible to enroll immediately. They would basically need to take the same course sequence at a community college or to make up those credits. So that's part of what we're working on, is how do we embed those supports with the expanded course schedule and summer offerings if students don't achieve the grade level that they would like to achieve, for them to retake those courses, just as they would in college.
Right, so we're not A through G. Because if we're accepting a D grade, we're not A through G. A through G is UC and CSU. And so if they are accepting the D, if and I understand, we accept Ds as graduation, of course we do. And I understand that we want to go to higher rigor, but we're not A through G, we've already changed it. And as I'm looking through these others, I have other concerns about this. You're talking about accepting grades from 7th and 8th graders for high school courses. That's not A through G. A through G would need to take place on the high school campus where credits are actually earned for graduation. They don't earn credits in middle school. And it would be just an educational sin to take a 7th and 8th grader, give them language and say, you're good to go from high school, please. So I'm really questioning, like, what is the purpose of this other than putting an icon on our website? I understand we want to raise the rigor, but this isn't the way to do this. It's not good for our kids. It's not good for our facilities because we're going to have to hire more language teachers. Where are we going to put them? This makes no sense to me, but let me go on with some of my other concerns. It negates our personalized learning. It negates our CTE pathways that we've worked so hard on. Because what happens in high school is that if a student fails, they have to repeat the course. And I'm talking an F, not a D fail. They have to repeat the course. Now we have a couple of ways they can do that. One through a computer program, horrible, ingenuity. Or they can repeat the course during their 4 years in high school, which many of them do. But that takes away their electives, including CTE, including arts, including languages. And if they are an EL or a SPED student, they already have a full load. So are we faking it here? It feels like we're faking it. And as far as our surrounding districts, they are faking it. They took their A through G and they changed all these little modifications and it's no longer A through G. So either we're A through G or we're not. Now, here's the big problem. We're not prepared for this. We're going to sacrifice 8th graders, throw them into high school and say, do it. Why didn't we start at K-5 and middle school? At the very least, this is a huge mistake at this point. And I agree, we should have more rigor, but let's do it realistically in the best interest of our students, because I'll tell you what, I spent 24 years on a high school campus and I watched every freshman class come in. And those kids, besides having multiple freedoms that they never had before, are overwhelmed with their classes, overwhelmed. We call it freshman fallout. And they fail a lot of classes. It's normal. Then they go and they make them up and they get back on. But let's back up and at least K through 5, okay, great. But let's back up and at least raise the rigor in our now 4 middle schools academically. Now that's going to be hard for our 2 magnet schools because they're really into personalized learning. So we've got a problem here. This doesn't match. None of this matches. And so I'm very, very concerned about this decision. We have to have a better plan. Let's do this the right way. We cannot be making decisions without all the details to back it up. And we keep doing this over and over again. So please, let's back this up. And I can go through the math. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding? The math and the science. That QR is a lifesaver for these kids. It's a lifesaver. It gets them to graduation. And we're going to pull that out of there and we're going to put them in Inc. 1, Inc. 2, and Inc. 3. Honest to God, this is stunning. Science, great. CSU accepts their science. UC doesn't. But those kids rely on that to get through to graduation. And we're going to pull that too. So that really, I'm finding this very, very painful, very painful. Unless we prep the kids, unless we raise the rigor, this is going to be graduation suicide. And I know that there are many people in this room that won't be here in 2029 and watch that first class. And those rates are not going to be good if we go this way. And to fake it is not what we should be doing as a school district. It must be real or we don't do it. We have to have the decisions and the details. So let's back up, start in middle school, raise the rigor, and then they'll have a chance.
This was already approved by the board,
I understand.
so I'm talking. You had plenty of time. Reclaiming my time. I want to talk about the Arenda study. It wasn't linked in, the presentation you sent us to the webpage. And I want to talk specifically about the findings of the webpage or of the discovery audit. Specifically, how outcomes and A through G requirements fell or were influenced by poverty level, by demographics, by which high school. So basically, our systems were in place and they were keeping our Hispanic kids back. And we were given recommendations that the former board relied on to remove those barriers and there's those obstacles. Our students, whether they're brown, whether they're black, whether they're Latino or second language learners, they can achieve when they're given the supports that are needed. And this district has made concerted efforts by adopting curriculum at the middle school level, giving lots of opportunities to recover credits, extended learning, extra teachers at the school sites, learning loss teachers, 12 FTEs at the high school. I believe we have 12 at RBV, and I don't know how many we have at Vista High, but there shouldn't be a difference in what is offered and in the rigor of our students just because they go to Mission Vista or Vista High. It's unacceptable that we remove the rigor and the expectations for our kids. We serve 72% of brown and black kids or BIPOC kids. And for us to say, you're not capable of it is completely unacceptable. Whether kids choose to go into CTE or a trade, they need to have basic skills. And you know what? Students change their mind. What they say they might want to do when they're 15 or 16, they might turn 20 and change their mind. So they have to have a certain level of competency in math and in reading and writing. And there are things that districts do, Valverde, LA Unified, to make sure that they meet the kids where they're at. I have a whole list of things that we can do if we're not already doing them. And I can read it, but I want to hear from the rest of my colleagues because I want to make sure that this is a discussion, but this decision was already made. And this was not made lightly. The portraits were made by the community. There was a certain expectation of what we wanted our students to do and what we wanted the adults in our system to do. And that includes giving our kids rigorous learning opportunities. Without rigor, I don't know why they would even come to school, but with scaffolds and with support.
Yeah, no, thank you for the presentation. My comments on this, I'm in full support of the A through G and what is being presented. Because I was that English language learning student. I was a student that, under the opportunities given to me by VUSD, I should not have gone to college. I should have not graduated. And I had the support system in place, but also keeping in mind that when students graduate and go to college, the CSU, you have programs like CAMP and EOP and TRIO that are helping bridge that gap so students are successful. But what breaks my heart is when a student graduates and they decide that they want to go to college as a senior when it's already too late. So I think we can open up the opportunities for our students, not just as ninth graders. We should be doing that early on, and we are. We send our elementary students to college to see themselves in those universities in our own backyard. And we should, continue to engage, the elementary students, talk about A through G. When I came into the board 9 years, I was the mentality, let's get more A through G. But yes, recognizing that some people are not going to go to college. But at the bare minimum, let's have those opportunities open for our students. And so, this board, what have we done? We have made sure that more of our courses are A through G and that are, reciprocal with the CSU's UC system. We have added a 7th period. What I heard from staff tonight, it wasn't that, no, we can't do it. I'm hearing like, we can do it. There are challenges. We're working on them. And here are some potential solutions. And so let's look at those potential solutions. Let's work on some of the things to resolve them. and work on making sure that more of our students go to college. So I have this, G to G conversation, once again, has my full support. And I definitely, see it's gonna be a benefit. I looked up, A through Gs right now, real quick on the Google search. And, the superintendent from Bar Verde is quoted on there, and he said the exact same thing, and they did it, 4 years ago. I think, we also could do it and benefit from it here at Vista Unified.
Well, so first of all, I'd like to say I hear both sides here. Especially, I really appreciate, the drive to have academic rigor. I'd also like to point out from your slides anyway, it looks like to me that, we're actually increasing graduates meeting UC and CSU requirements without already having this being a requirement. So, I mean, the work's being done, and so like here on, I think this is slide 3. In the year 21-22, for example, if we follow Vista High, the graduates meeting the CSU requirements were 158. That fell, I guess, in 23, but we're up to 212 in this last year. And you also highlighted that in green, it looks like, so that, this was, to me, basically showing that this was rising on its own through efforts already put in by staff. And it's not necessarily because we're forcing this requirement done. There was another slide, I think it was on page 8. See if I can find it here. Again, showing this is the decrease in the students in taking quantitative reasoning. So in other words, you're showing, again, an improvement in math scores over time, over the last 3 years. So again, without having from above the imposition of, hey, we need to have these, classes changed. Because I think that, the people who, those teachers who spoke ahead of time, before here, I think that, they're concerned about, they gave the example of the 5 kids that went through, I think it was Rancho, she said, and how the last student, she just took a different path. But at the same time, I'm listening to, Trustee Vargas here talk about passionately about how, college has meant a tremendous thing to him in his life. And I think that that's something we want to make sure that we, are protecting our kids for, like that we have that in place for them. And so, to me, like I would, just kind of where I'm kind of standing from, I would ask that maybe we hold on passing this, okay, in terms of the A&G requirement, and follow the progress. And if it becomes to a point where the progress gets halted, then we look at it and revisit it again. But right now, you come in here and showing that the students are indeed, succeeding. The last 3 years. So to me, I don't know if you need a heavy hand from the top down to finish the job.
Okay, my turn. I don't have a problem with the rigor and the requirements and offering those. I have a problem with requiring them for graduation. And I'm speaking as the student who was very frustrated in high school for a lot of reasons. And this would have sent me into just screw it, I'm not even gonna go to high school, okay? If this was required, if I had to meet those UC and CSU requirements, I would have said, forget it. And you know what? I ended up going to college. I ended up doing really well, much better in college than I ever did in school. So this would have lost me. I wouldn't have graduated. So that's my issue with it. The other thing, there's something about requiring our kids to meet these standards for UC and CSU when they don't have the money to attend those colleges.
there's something about that that I find almost like a cruel joke. So I agree, let's continue doing what we're doing, but I just think it's so unfair to require it for graduation. We're gonna have a lot of students that are not gonna be able to meet this, and what about those students? On that slide 8, the QR rates, that's 176 students that potentially won't graduate. I don't wanna see, I wanna see all students graduate regardless, maybe we just need to have, I don't know if this is possible, but maybe just sort of different graduation requirements, not based on socioeconomic status or diversity or any of those things, but just based on the individual students and what they can do. If you have a student that's headed towards CTE, like, I don't understand how that would fit in with these A through G requirements. I mean, I kind of don't see any room in the schedule for that. And we have all these magnificent, wonderful CTE programs. If we're gonna require anything for graduation, I almost think we should require everybody to have, some sort of certificate from CTE, so that at very least, every student graduates with the ability to have a job, so that if they do wanna go to a UUC or a CSU, they can get it, they can have a decent paying job and pay for that tuition. So, and so I'm sort of, that's my only problem, is the requirement for graduation. I don't know how that benefits all of our students to require it. Again, and I'm saying, let's go ahead and stay with the rigors, keep doing what we're doing, but just, let's not require that. So that's my thinking on it.
I want to read the findings of the Aranda report since it wasn't linked to the
No, we're not gonna do
presentation.
that. No,
Well, you
we're not
can't
gonna
tell
do
me.
that. I can, you're
This
out
is
of order.
related-
I am
no.
board president, you are out of order.
Student outcomes are most correlated to
No,
student
no,
demographics.
you're out of
The
order.
district is
You are out of
ambivalent on
order.
what
Trustee
constitutes
Alvarado,
academic
you are
success
out
for
of order.
graduates.
Point of order.
Calibration about
Okay, we're
grade
taking
or
a break.
course level content or
10-minute
performance
break.
expectations are weak.
I am.
Okay, we're back.
All right, I'm gonna move to overrule the chair's ruling.
I second it.
Wait, let's stop this for a moment, just so I'm
Ruling.
following. What was the ruling?
The ruling was she was out of order, so,
Okay.
okay, all right, speak to the motion. Go ahead, you made the motion, speak to it.
The comments from the board member were relevant to the conversation happening right now.
And I disagree. I'm the chair, I'm running the meeting. She had her time to speak. Everybody had a time to speak. It's time to move on. Her comments were not relevant. The Orenda study, it should have been linked there, but it wasn't. And so I disagree.
Great, can we take a vote on it?
Yes, of course. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Nay.
I abstained.
Motion fails.
I'm sorry.
Okay, motion fails. Okay, moving on. I think we're gonna move on to the next item, which is, item 8E, board discussion and possible action plans for future use of parcel 163-270-29-00740 Olive Avenue, Vista, and Missouri.
It's a quick point of clarification. So that was a discussion. There was no action taken.
Okay, on the last one.
Yes.
Okay.
Explanation.
Well, so can I ask it just, I'm sorry, I was a little confused. Is that, are those A through G requirements in place already?
Correct.
Okay,
They were passed in January of 24.
okay, thank you. Okay.
Next item.
Next item, okay, so future plan.
All right, give me a moment here. I just have to pull it up. Along with them. The facility planning board presentation.
It's plans for
Plans for
future use. Future use.
We will have a second.
Item 8E. When Dr. Lotion handling the quick.
Since I don't have it in my folder. I gave it to my.
I'm emailing you a link right now.
No, okay. Bear with us for a moment.
In your email right now.
Can we start the presentation? Because I think we all have it up. Or he's looking for the presentation.
I'll have it in just a second. I said this was just a glitch. Okay, I'm almost there.
It's titled plans.
Okay. All right. Sorry about that.
Good evening. We have a brief presentation, so that way the board can kind of consider future use for this particular parcel. And we wanted to clarify legal processes and other items, so that way you have them available to you. That's the purpose of the presentation. We'll run through very quickly an overview of timeline, the AMAC committee and board direction. What are the requirements for an AMAC? The differentiation between that and school consolidation process. What were the recommendations of the AMAC? There was actually no adoption by the board, no recommendation from staff on the parcel, just recommendations from the AMC. So we want those available to you. And then what your options are, because you have options as a board for the consideration of this parcel. If we look at slide 3, it's just a quick overlay in terms of the discussions around school consolidation. It's not a one-year process. There were several processes that happened. We had a qualified status in 2019, 2020 that led to a discussion about that. We also had bond sales at that time, which meant we had credit raters. Part of credit rating, S&P Moody's, was a notion that came forward for our credit raters that we should do something about our declining enrollment, and they recommended as part of that, looking at consolidating the number of schools. We had already consolidated schools before this cycle. This kicked off a second discussion cycle on this. Then we had in 2021, School Consolidation Committee as a district, and it was an ongoing discussion that was separate. From that, we went over into the long-range facility master planning process, 2021, 2022. That process in and of itself also stated you have declining enrollment. In order to come up with a facilities master plan, you need to address many of these issues. Part of the outcome of that was a board resolution, the formation of an official asset management committee in that process. So that's an overlay in that. We did have several things that overlapped at the same time. When we looked at slide 3, we have some rules regarding governance committees, whether it be any of the ones we spoke of. The notion of the term committee comes from the term committed. It is committed to speak on a topic. It is not a broad-ranging committee. And there are some requirements of that, including meeting requirements around the Brown Act for official committees as specified by the state. Committees are limited in scope and discussion to the parameters around those. In terms of the Asset Management Advisory Committee, I pulled the EDCO. We had this in the asset management presentation. It's within the proclamation in their bylaws. But it's the effective asset management. Again, asset being the legal term about properties and buildings. That is the scope that they're permitted under the law to speak of. To look at effectively using those properties. What should the district do with that? And it is a 7-11 committee. That term comes from a minimum of 7 members, a maximum of 11. Doesn't mean the board can't take additional input outside of that committee. That means that committee is limited to those parameters. The committee's purpose, as stated in their bylaws, is to make recommendations on options for district-owned real property. Reminding, just a quick reminder, a committee may not make a decision. That is the board's prerogative on any committee. They can only make a recommendation on their findings. There were parameters which we listed on slide 5 for that committee talking about it. I won't go through a detailed list, just a heading. They had a matrix of data to be used when the committee was established. The committee's scope of work was defined in terms of what they should be looking at, what they should be doing. There was an application process that we were so pleased was called a blinded process. You didn't know the names of people. Professional experts were guiding this meeting and this process that were retained by the districts, and an official report was filed. Now, outside of the Asset Management Committee, there were other forums. Just as a matter of fact, we linked in news articles about those forums. We had hundreds of people come to Rancho Minerva for a forum about school consolidation. That was separate from the AMAC. So we do have those things going on all at the same time. For the recommendations that were made, the recommendation of the Asset Management Committee was that one school site, Rancho Minerva, on the middle school level, be consolidated, be closed, and that Vita be moved onto it. The suggestions of use of that committee, again, the board did not vote on that. All you did is accept the report, which is what you do. You accept the report of the committee. The suggestion of use of that was on the vacated property, which is the one we would be speaking of once Vita moves, would be to consider that or repurpose it. And they gave 2 options, workforce housing and a community center. They also had additional recommendations stating you should look at the entire scope of the property. That's a huge property. You probably don't want to do one thing with it. You probably want to look at many things with it. So that was sort of an overview of what their community input as part of that state mandated committee was. So when we look at slide 7, we just give you a brief overview. For staff recommendation, we do believe you should adopt an official policy or additional plan for these properties. Once the property is vacated, in about 6 months after that, you need to have something on file. Otherwise, charter schools and other people do have options for it. Those options do not come into play right now. Now, we did look into several other concerns. The property can't just be listed as excess property. You had a specific direction to the Asset Management Committee that came forward in your proclamation that no district property should be considered for sale. The legal term for sale be excess. So there's never been a discussion about that with the Asset Management Committee. So you can, ask for additional input, of course, because you met the legal required of the Asset Management Committee. But please keep this in mind. The Asset Management Committee, when it makes a recommendation, it is your prerogative as a board to act on that recommendation if you so choose, as it stands, modify it, disregard it, or to come up with your own system or your own requirements once you've met that California legal requirement for it. That could be community input, workshops, other items that go along with that. So you can even just request more information to be brought back. So we just wanted to clarify what your options were as a board, because you did meet your legal obligations and requirements. With one side note on the Asset Management Committee, which is based upon the timeline for any item. We are coming to the close of that 2-year cycle. And after 2 years, you do have to go through a proclamation process and reestablishing a call for those things. So that would be a separate process in and of itself. So Madam President, we hope we met the purpose of your request for this presentation, so you could begin the discussion on this parcel.
All right, thank you. I will start with trustee Markov. Any questions or comments?
I have no questions at this time.
Okay. Trustee Martin?
I do have a question. When did the discussions begin with regard to workforce housing on this site with the city of Vista?
Workforce housing on, can you please define what this site is?
The former Vita property.
There has been no conversations of workforce housing on the Vita site with the city of Vista that I'm aware of.
Has anyone from Vista Unified talked to city council members with regard to workforce housing on any of Vista Unified property?
The answer is yes. They actually came and did a presentation. We have that on our website. And that was a request of the board to give us feedback because they've already engaged in workforce housing. So it was for the purpose of providing information. They didn't talk about the parcel at the end.
I think I'll leave it there.
Okay. Trustee Alvarado?
With the recommendations, there were several that the 7-Eleven committee made. There was like a park, right, joint use park, workforce housing and such. There seems to be confusion about workforce housing being built with money from our general fund. I've heard a trustee say that. I've heard the public say that. And I think, could you clarify, where would money come from to build workforce housing? Would it come from our general fund or any of our budget that we saw today?
What I can answer is factually, we've never held a discussion with this board about money coming from the general fund about this. There was a discussion about whether it should be included in a bond measure for building workforce housing. Ultimately, based upon legal counsel's advice and contemplation of the board did not choose to look at that. What has been discussed with the city was doing a development, an RFP, a request for proposal from developers. That would be money that came from private development that might manage workforce housing and pay for the development of it. So we would retain the ownership of the property. It's publicly available, as the superintendent said on the website. The presentation that was given to us was on workforce housing, whereby the district would retain the ownership of the land, but a private developer would develop it. And then they would recover their money through below market rate rent rates based upon policies that the board would put in place for them. And that would be available for people that work within the school district meeting certain parameters. So no general funds have been discussed.
Yeah, and just to clarify, because I think there is some confusion. When the prior board was deliberating on whether a bond might be put on the November 2024 ballot. It was the consensus of the board not to include that before it finally came to the vote, which the vote was no on the bond. But no one ever mentioned that any of any funding for possibility of workforce housing on any of the excess properties that are outlined in the 711 would come from any type of funds in our general funds or even the bond, because the consensus of the board was not to include it. And I just want to clarify that because I keep hearing people say that, and that's a misconception.
For clarification, the only time that I'm aware of that we spoke of general funds was not taking money from the general fund from workforce housing. What was factually stated and presented from the presentations was if you were to make money out of workforce housing, meaning if money were to return to the district, that it could be put into the general fund and used for raises and other things. That you could take profit from that and use it in the general fund for educational purposes, for staffing purposes, for incentive purposes. That's the only time the general fund was spoken.
Yeah, just another clarification. The only official direction the board has given us about workforce housing was to investigate it. So we have, and we, up until now, we have been investigating it. That's as far as we've gone.
So I'll just stop with the questions and comments so we can hear other people.
Dr. LaRochelle, how much money do we have in Measure LL if we want to do something at this site?
At this time, we'll see this later in the presentation, during the Measure LL presentation. We have limited resources that are not committed at this time under LL. You're under an active engaged contract for the development of Bovier Elementary that virtually exhausts all LL funds. Until we are done with that project, we could not accurately predict back any funds coming back. In general amounts that we've talked with the board, we predict anywhere from $5 to $15 million at the end of L that may be there. But I'm not a superstitious person, but I don't believe in jinxing a project. And I know Alex is out there listening to me, and so is Chris. We don't talk about those things because we're still just coming out of the ground. And we have rainy seasons and other seasons, so we can't speak to that till we get further along in that project project schedule with any form of certainty.
But you can't speak to the project such as Bovier and cost, the price of some material has kind of, can you share more about that?
The cost of material has gone up. In fact, we've had to change our procurement strategy entirely.
Yeah, point of order,
So-
this is covered in another, it's on another presentation tonight.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah, I can cover that in another presentation if it's the will of the board, but correct, it has changed.
Great, but how many percentage?
I had to shift the procurement schedule by $50 million. It was the
I think
estimate.
it's off the agenda. I think this is covered.
Great, how much money do we have in Fund 40?
We have, Fund 40 is overcommitted. I can give you a cash balance of what's left, but it is overcommitted at this time by almost time.
So we have land, but we don't have money for that. Is that what I'm hearing?
That is correct.
If that is the case, then my recommendation, I know that, in the past, we have used Renard Park. And, bring in the experts, let us know what are the possibilities. But going back to the recommendations, we had community centers, park, workforce housing, I know that's been discussed with a specific site. But can you give me who in the committee, or maybe you could write in the minutes if you don't know the answer, who made those recommendations?
Well, I can give you the official vote of the committee across the board. We had CSEA on that committee, VTA, community members of various types that were required on that. To say that this particular recommendation on Vita from the Asset Management Committee is perhaps the most nebulous. There were lots of ideas. When they said a community center, terms were put out there, aquatic center, theater, mixed use spaces. When they said workforce housing, there was a lot of things, but we had to come up with a concise statement as a committee. So the committee worked together, and this is the ultimate language that they had. So they had lots of different things based upon what was in there. We would go back and report to you all of the items from the minutes that were stated.
Got it. Sounds like we need, some experts to come in and, whether that be another committee, whether that be this board, whether that be a workshop to talk with those experts to see what are the possibilities out there. Because at this point in time, we have a funding problem, and there may be funding out there, but I don't know that specifically on my end.
Okay. So a couple things. I have the picture here from the Asset Management Committee. Yeah, there were a lot of things. It was all over the place. And this was just more of a consensus. It really wasn't a recommendation. So I couldn't find in the minutes, I couldn't find a motion or a second in the minutes.
I'm happy to provide those for you. The picture you showed was from a consensus meeting. That was not a voting meeting. That was a consensus meeting where they did various sort of activities.
Right, this was from the May 30th meeting,
Yeah, that was,
and then there's one meeting after it in June.
Yeah.
And there was no motion or second, no recommendation was made.
I'd be
So-
happy to share all of that.
Okay, so there's that. Then, the other thing is, and this is something that I think that we need to discuss, is I kind of think that any future plans of that property kind of need to include the Vic.
That was
So
their recommendation.
that was,
Yes, they recommended that you also look at the Vic as well. They recommended please including the Vic, and there's another property adjacent that the county currently occupies next to the 7-Eleven. They recommended, they referred to it as both adjacent properties is the way they referred to it. They mean all of that is what their recommendation is.
so, well, now I'm confused. They were only given purview over Vita, so a recommendation about those other two properties was outside the purview of the scope of that committee.
That's why it was not in their primary recommendation. They said for your further consideration, they believed you should consider those other properties. There were lots of other considerations that they were allowed to.
So it's conceivable that if those other two properties were in there might have been a completely different recommendation for that.
It's possible. I can't speak to that, but that is possible. But they were not permitted to go further than the property. They simply said for any sort of future sort of thing, they recommended that the board consider those two properties as well.
Right, so I would be amenable to, and I don't know whether my colleagues would feel that way, to reconvening this asset management committee to look at all three of those properties and make a recommendation for them. So I would like to hear kind of a consensus from before we, short of a motion or anything, I'd like to hear a consensus from my colleagues.
But before you jump in, just so you understand the process, so tonight, you wouldn't vote on anything, you would give us direction, because there's a legal process we have to follow to bring it back to you, to stand up the asset management committee, so it's more about direction to us now, because we have to agendize it properly for the next meeting.
But can't we give direction in a motion?
Yes, you can.
Okay, so
Just
I
want you to know you're not
hear
voting.
consensus before we entertain a motion, so. Go ahead. And how does anybody feel about that?
Once again, I think first and foremost, we need an expert to help guide that conversation, because that committee, that represents different stakeholders, but they're not gonna have the expertise to help, they can come up with the, big picture ideas, but they're not gonna be able to execute, so.
An expert for what purpose?
What are the possibilities? What are the funding out there? What can they do? It's one thing to say, I wanna build a spaceship, it's another thing, go get the funding, and the mechanisms to make that happen.
Okay, but I think we have experts in the district. I don't think, I'm
Which
not,
ones?
I'm thinking Dr. Loescher,
He's got a full-time job.
well, he also had a full-time job when he facilitated this committee.
We did, just for the record, we actually had a facilitator, and Sean managed the meeting, but we did have an expert facilitator.
Right, Kristen Rose, so, yes, so we've got that,
Yeah,
we
but
have
we can
that.
bring that back to you if you're
Right.
interested.
So, is that a no? So you're a no on reconvening the asset management?
Once again, we have a consultant,
Yes.
not just a facilitator, that's one separate item. If we have a consultant that is able to come back and, help guide those conversations. Once again, it could be Renard Park, it could be somebody else. I don't have a name, and we would probably need an RFP or get a company to, come, see what they're about and, what services they can provide.
Okay, go ahead.
I would be in favor of a committee, but not the 7-Eleven committee that was on there. We don't know if they can, serve again. And I do think that we need land experts, building experts, architects, or whomever, someone who can tell us about funding sources that might be available via the state, the county, nonprofits, and looking at other models across the state so that they can inform us like how other school districts have done that.
So just for the record, the 7-Eleven committee would be new members, because we've come to the end of the time frame for the current 7-Eleven committee.
No, I think it's got another few months, 6 months or so.
Well, we have a few members that have changed status, so we would have to go through a process of identifying new members, which would require, according to the bylaws, a process of application windows and other items. I would anticipate that by the time you open and close that, you would be in June, which would be the closing of the committee. So I would recommend that you do a second proclamation calling or a second resolution calling for the formation of a new asset management committee. You could keep the same bylaws by all means, because they were already drafted by legal counsel to meet the purpose of those items. And then you would go through the voting process.
Okay, so I still haven't heard consensus, so is that, on reconvening or doing a new one, that's, I think I'm hearing two no's.
Did I hear a yes on bringing consultants to help with that process?
I didn't, that's not the question that I asked.
And no at this point in time.
Okay. Right, Mike?
Well, you know, I think we already had it, like, ideas put forward, I guess, right? I mean, we have the ideas ahead of, you know, they've been listed. You have possibility of workforce housing, you have the possibility of community center, possibility of theater and so on, keeping a little school there. You know, there, all of these ideas already exist, so I don't know if we need to send a committee back together to get those for us.
But we kind of do because, or it would be, it's a good practice to do that because we are actually identifying 2 additional properties to go with that, which is the Vic. And this, now this, I didn't even know about this little property that's next to the 7-Eleven. So having a recommendation of the 3 of those properties together might change the dynamic of the recommendation.
Okay, I think that is a fair point.
So would you be, yes?
Yes, if we're gonna consider the other 2 properties together, sure.
Okay.
But just the one you said it's county?
No, the property we're referring to is next to the 7-Eleven. It's actually borders up against the playfields on Vita. It's called the Focus Academy.
Okay.
We own that land and we're currently leasing it to the San Diego County Office of Education.
Okay.
It's basically a center for students who have been expelled.
Okay.
It's a very small piece of land, but it's adjacent to the field at the Vita.
Okay, yeah, that would make sense to me then, yeah.
My concern is that this property is very important to that neighborhood. This property as a school site is extremely important to that neighborhood. It would be a gathering place if there was a community center. It would be sports fields that they could utilize. To have workforce housing there in that area is not something that I think that would be a use for that community at all. There are other things that we could do with it that would focus on schools. And that, yes, funding will have to be found for anything that we're considering, but we do have time, regardless of the 6 months, but we do have time. I am not in favor of workforce housing on that site because that site is so important to that community. So if that means that we can take workforce housing off and then go ahead and reconvene the asset management committee, I would be absolutely in favor of that.
Well, I don't think that we can actually, well, I guess we could, if we wanted, if we were so inclined, we could take workforce housing off. Because we gave recommendation to the other committee about like not allowed to sell the property, so. Okay, so, okay, okay. Yeah.
For clarity, you would simply provide us direction if you're asking for the asset management committee. We have to draft a resolution for the board to.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion on it though, so I move that we reconvene or redraft an asset management committee for the express purpose of coming up with recommendations for the 3 properties. I don't know the parcel numbers, I'm sure you know.
Yeah, we can give you the.
Okay.
163.
Without workforce and, well, without workforce housing. Okay, okay, is there a second?
Make a motion to amend. I'd like to
Wait,
include.
there's no, hold on. There's not a second. Is there a second?
For a second,
Okay, well, no, okay,
I move to amend.
okay.
So I'd like to once again add for the, this committee to bring in experts that can tell us once again how to access some of these resources and provide expertise on the land.
Now I need to
I'm-
read the motion.
Okay, so the motion would be, it would be an amendment to the motion that we reconvene the asset management committee, taking workforce housing off, but bringing in experts to make recommendations about what to do with that property.
You okay with that?
Okay, I'm okay. I concur. I'm good with that. Okay. Okay, so there's a motion, there's a second.
Do we make another motion or another amendment?
There, not.
Yeah.
Okay, amendment,
I'd like to amend to strike workforce housing from the main motion.
I'm sorry, say it again.
I'd like
Yeah.
to remove workforce housing from the main motion.
so he wants to include workforce housing.
I'd
Yeah,
like to keep it as a consideration, sure.
no, no. Well,
Is there a second for that? Is the-
Second. okay, so we're gonna take a vote on the amendment to the second amendment, to the motion, okay?
Can I debate, can I?
We're gonna discuss it.
Can I
Yeah.
discuss?
Yeah.
So once again, we need to give, if we're gonna do this, we need to give the committee the full scope of what they're gonna bring back. It could be workforce housing, it could be community center, it could be an aquatic center, but why are we limiting that conversation as a board? Is my feedback on that point.
And my response is, we limited this asset management committee to, we gave them very, very narrow parameters in the beginning to look at the 4 properties, and basically there was no other choice for them but to do the consolidation motions that were there. So that's, I think that we're within our rights to do that. So, I'm against the second amendment to the motion. So is there, we can do a vote on that, I think, so.
Is there further discussion?
Go for it.
We had community members on that committee. They were chosen without names, without knowing who they are. And the community includes everyone who participated. And
Can you speak to the motion? That's not about the committee, the previous committee. The motion is to put workforce housing back into the original motion.
And so it's tied in because they recommended that as one of the uses for the land. And I'm not understanding why we are not validating the time that all those members had on that committee. And why we would discount what they recommended.
Once again, it was not a recommendation. There was no motion or second to it. It was a consensus. It was not a recommendation.
The motion was made at 7:55 PM by a member. It was seconded. It was voted on 7:11.
What, 711?
Yes. 7:55 PM.
On what, which meeting? Because I have the minutes here.
Yeah, I'm happy to forward to you all of the minutes I'm reading from.
Which, May 30th, which meeting?
June 14th, 2023,
Okay.
Morris Vance Community Room, 7:55 PM.
No,
I don't think that meeting was at Morris Vance. I think that meeting was.
It
at
was,
the-
Mr. Borquez spoke to the motion and made the motion. It was second. It was voted upon with the language. I'm happy to forward it to them.
I have it in front of me right now.
the motion, but that's what I'm trying to find. 7:55. See, there's no.
Sean, what was the motion that was made?
First, it was motion that the meeting be extended by 15 minutes to make the moment by Ms. Remen. Mr. Borquez meant to do amend the time for further debate. Ms. Ramos motioned and approved the recommendation for consideration and linked the above for Mr. Borquez, who seconded. the
Okay,
motion.
where's the motion? It does not say what the original.
Ms.
motion
Ramos
is.
motioned to approve.
That's the extension of the meeting.
I released the recordings of the meeting. They are on the website. I can't go to consciousness debate what would happen and what was there.
Let me go back to the motion and the amendments.
Okay.
Pretty much in this evening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So can you go over the motion and
The
amendments?
motion, okay, so what is on the floor right now is an amendment to the original motion, and that is to put workforce housing back into that motion.
Mhm.
So I'm gonna call for the vote.
It was to strike. The motion was to.
Strike, exclude, the original motion, you're doing a double negative, because the original motion was to exclude workforce housing. The motion on the floor is to put it back in, to include workforce housing into the scope of the asset management.
That's how you're gonna interpret it, yes.
Okay, yes, well, that's how to make it clear. So, okay. All those in favor of adding the second amendment to the motion so that it would include workforce housing, say aye.
May I interrupt and just ask just a question?
Yeah.
If we're going to reconvene, the committee, is there a reason we want to strike any possibility, like their suggestions before they come back to us? It's just a question.
Because, all the research that we did when we were researching the bond, all the feedback that we get from the community is this is a very unpopular thing to do on that property. I'm not saying on other properties, but on that property.
On that property, there was no polling on that property, and I live in that community, so I.
It was within the entire district. When we did the bond research,
Yes.
workforce housing was
But not on
very,
this site.
doesn't matter, it was very unpopular. Okay,
With bond money.
it's very unpopular with bond money. Okay, I'm calling for the vote. All those in favor of adding of the second amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Okay, motion fails. 3-2.
Go to the original motion.
And we go back.
We go back to the original motion. So the original motion would be to convene the asset management committee to discuss, we are going to, excluding workforce housing, but including experts. Okay, so there's a motion and a second on the floor. Any discussion on
Who
the,
motioned it?
it was, I motioned, Cipriano amended.
You're doing a new one though, a new vote.
No, it's the main,
No,
going back to the main motion.
The second amendment failed.
Yes.
So I accepted the friendly amendment. So as long as I accept it, we can go forward with it. So now the motion on the floor is that, okay, and Sue seconded the original
So
motion.
you're clear? I just want to make sure we're clear for the minutes. So Rena made the motion
Yes.
and
I
Sue
seconded.
seconded. Okay, good. Well, you can move on. I just want to make sure we're clear.
Any further discussion on the main motion?
I think we're going to put ourselves in some kind of legal quandary by excluding the possibilities of our convening a committee and telling them what they can or cannot recommend in terms of what to do with this. Now, there's got to be some law, some California ed code on how we make decisions about parcels that are public property. And I want some, I would like legal to help us with this decision, to give us advice on what are the protocols for our properties that are excess or surplus properties.
So tonight, again, I mentioned this at the beginning of this conversation, you are not voting on an official process. You're voting to give us direction. With that direction, if there is any legal issue related to it, we will bring it and convey it back to you. So tonight, you're not voting on anything related to the future use of that property. You're simply giving us direction because we have to bring back an official process that's legally mandated. If there's any indication by Trustee Alvarado of legal requirements, we will make sure we convey those to all of you.
Okay, any further questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, I will call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Okay, the motion carries 3-2. Okay, moving on. So the 8F is approved, am I on that one? Yes.
Yeah.
8F approved project professionals corporation contract.
For board consideration, item 8F, 8G, 8H, and 8J are all interrelated, but specifically items that is the board's considering right now for project professional corporation is 8F. That relates directly to a project that is listed in G. This would be the management services over that. We do not currently have all positions filled for a project coordinator. That would be normally a person that would be assigned to oversee said project. However, due to some delays with job studies, that position has not been able to be filled or posted for over 16 months. And therefore, we've had to use exterior project management corporations for certain projects. Project Professionals Corps has proven themselves a trustworthy project management company overseeing Metro LL projects, and was the recommendation of staff for board consideration to oversee this particular project, which would be the Foothill property and the civil and building envelope that is located in G in the lease back contract, along with remediation services.
Okay, any discussion, questions? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion to approve item 8F.
So moved.
Okay, moved by trustee Markov. Is there a second? I will second. And so I will call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, moving on to 8G, sorry.
Okay. You ready, Matt?
Yeah.
Sure. Item 8G is a lease back contract after going through an RFP, looking at the options using previous rubrics for scoring, which are blinded rubrics. There was a clear winner of this particular bid process. This is for the lease back contracts authorizing the project at the Foothill site for future use of Vista. This is a project that was approved by the board several years ago, is on ongoing development. It was put on pause because you typically do these projects, both building envelope and civil, as close as you can to the occupancy of students. So that way the buildings and the site is under warranty while students attend school there. This is a not to exceed amount of 6.5 million. So that way this contractor under the lease back agreement can proceed expeditiously on beginning their bid process and going through the process of starting up and executing the project, which they believe they can do on schedule for this school site.
Okay, thank you. Is there any questions or comments? Go ahead, trustee Martin.
I have a question. Lease back is basically pay over time, correct?
No, lease back is a particular contracting method. We can have some people join me at the podium at that juncture because we have approved a other contract. So Mr. Preciado, if you want to come on up, but lease back is a style of contracting that allows for a contractor to have more authority and action over the project scope. Mr. Preciado would be the project manager that you just approved.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's not a project.
There you go.
It's pushed to me now. Okay, we're good.
Yeah.
It's good. Yeah, so it's not a pay over time. It's a not to exceed a contracted amount. So like Dr. Locher said, essentially we give them the green light. They can go ahead and get subcontractor bidding, do competitive bidding for the different types of scopes. It allows them to proceed, get the NTPs, get the subcontractors on board. So that's kind of how the process will work. And then over time, they get the lease over the property. They have full control. They start construction.
So there's always a lot of contract questions around it. It's a legal terminology. We literally, for the purposes, they take custody of the land by leasing it from us to take custody of it as part of their scope so they can execute things in a certain way. And then to allow us to go onto the property and to meet with them, they're leasing it back. But we are required to use the legal terminology, but there is, trustee Martin, a lot of confusion around the terms. It is a pay as you go contract. They bill us. All of those are standard requirements.
With the not to exceed of, okay.
Yes, the not to exceed amount basically sets the parameter for them. Now, why would we go with a not to exceed amount? It's not just expeditiously. This project was originally approved for a certain amount. And we want to keep within those parameters due to financial limitations. But we're also seeing a fluctuating market and we don't know all of the things that are there. So we may have to look at our options as this comes in. This is normal, but for this particular schedule with lease back, not to exceed allows them to understand the parameters. We're not approving them to just do anything. It just says we will not go outside of the scope parameter of this amount within that scope of project.
It's a Fund 40 project.
That's correct. It's a restricted resource Fund 40, part of the certificate of participation program.
And this is only for the building envelope.
This is for civil work, the building envelope, and a few miscellaneous items around the site. There's a whole other scope that pertains to the Vita move. This specifically is work that needs to be done regardless and was always, when students were there, was always scoped in. So we generally put our projects, when we look at Foothill, into two categories. The projects we do when are required of us, regardless of student occupancy, would be Project Group A. Project Group B are all of the things that we are doing for Vita specific. This falls into Project Group A.
Okay. And my last question on the lease back, we would not see, it would be up to the general contractor, for lack of a better word, but you would do all the hiring of the different.
So they will propose to us, they will go through a process, but they will work for that general contractor. Legally, they work for the general contractor. The general contractor works for us, back to us. So they will consult with us. They will present us with options. They will meet with Mr. Preciado. There'll be a selection process. Actually, Trustee Morocco took part in some of that when it came to Bovier. We all gathered together. We talked about it. So there's a process. They don't just randomly select. We're involved in it, but legally they work for them.
This will be a very fast process. It'll happen in quick.
Very fast.
The process or the
The
construction?
construction. It will go quick.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? Okay, seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve, item 8J.
It's 8G.
Sorry, 8G, I apologize.
So moved.
Okay, moved by trustee Marco, is there a second? Seconded by trustee Alvarado. All those in favor, well, is there any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. 8H.
The summer project.
Summer project.
I'm bringing it up right now.
Thanks. Thank you very much. We can go into any depth that the board chooses for this item. We did prepare a presentation that is reflective of the previous year's presentations. Many of these projects have been spoken about over the course of a number of years. This primarily involves something called Fund 40, which is also called a Certificate of Participation Program, which means we had a dedicated funding source over the course of years, but we could sell some limited bonds, come up with a lump sum, about $40 million in this case, and then we would pay it back through that dedicated funding source that the state owed us. The notion here is that it costs less to construct now than 10 or 15 years down the road. So the district did elect to participate in that. However, one of the requirements of Fund 40 is that within 3 years, you must expense 80% of the funds, because in California, you can't sell bonds and sit on the money. You have to do what you said you would do with them. That's a legal requirement. So districts don't sell bonds and then try just to make interest off of them. So that's not permitted. So, these are projects that were listed, and some of these are a repeat of things that have gone through. Just framing the discussion, we list here for your consideration and also for public knowledge. These are the general categories. Overarching categories are ones that were defined by the board of those 3 categories. Projects not included here, Measure LL, we don't talk about within the scope, and general routine maintenance is not part of this either, okay? Project types we were previously established with the board, and that's why we list them this way in this order. I would be remiss if I didn't welcome Mr. Kevin Kirby. This is his first board meeting with us, so thank you, Mr. Kirby, for joining us on this. He oversees much of it.
Looking particularly sharp tonight. I might add.
For our planning, for our planning and implementation timeline, we generally break our projects into these categories: intermediate, near term, midterm, long term. Most Fund 40 projects are either near or midterm projects, although some of them require many years of thinking about doing. So we just wanted to lay this out because we've done it. It has to do with sort of the complexity of the situation. There's always projects that are eminent immediate needs, but we do have these items. It was requested to demonstrate some of the projects that were completed, and we do that on slide 4 for the trustees. Now, the term completed, there's a legal compliance that goes with that. So legally, we have to offer a notice of completion. Some projects linger on for some time after the school year goes. We have punch lists, we have warranty walks, we have all sorts of things. But this is a sample listing of those items that have been issued a notice of completion from Fund 40.
I just want to point out one item, the first bullet on this one. It's a really good example of the asphalt replacement that happened at an elementary school, which would be identical to what's about to happen on the new Vita location, very similar.
Just the new Vita location's much larger than the elementary site, which I'm sure you can imagine.
Just an example.
On slide 5, what we present to you are, these are items that actually were voted on by the board previously. You just voted on the lease back contract for the $7.2 million total item. You authorize that person to go to 6.5 million. There's other considerations in that project as well. But here are some of the ones that are planned that were already voted upon, including fire alarm replacements, theater power thing. These were ones that are there. So we're here to inform you that this is what is in the works, because that is what we were told to move forward with. However, if we look ahead, there's a whole listing of Fund 40 projects on slide 6 that we're recommending for this cycle. Again, these were ones that we spoke about in the previous year, and we were told to look at for the next implementation cycle as our priorities. However, inlaid into some of these because of the contracting type, many of the items we speak about for the Foothill Vita item are broken out here. Now, here's what's different about summer projects as opposed to any other time of year. Any other time of year, we typically do projects school site by school site. But for an economy of scale and being able to get contractors that specialize in some of these fields, we group these across the district. So these aren't broken out by school sites. We do all the athletic fields listed. We do all of these things. So we have to group them together because of the type of contracting that we're doing. We have to present this honestly for any contractors that might be interested in, that they would be taking on all of these items. So that's that. And then finally, we do have another of projects that were listed that we are not able to get into. We talked about the need of one-time roofing versus annual roofing repairs, all sorts of things. You will notice in here that, you know, some of these items, including the athletic fields previously discussed earlier in the meeting, are listed. We had plans for RBV's track and field and their gym, other items. These are all outstanding items that we've talked to the board about that we feel are eminent, urgent needs. And when we are able to identify an appropriate funding source that we can work on those things, these are all on the list as some of the highest needs projects that need attention right now. It's a sampling. We didn't want to go to an exhaustive list before this evening, but they're all ones discussed with the board on previous meetings. With that, just a final slide for you and for board consideration. We are requesting that all of the previous project amounts be re-verified. You did already do the 6.5 million, 7.2, but a total of 9.95 million for that Fund 40 listing, and an additional about 3.6 million between deferred maintenance funds that are a special fund, restricted, also 3 million out of Fund 40. This will take us over that 80% threshold to meet our obligation and requirements in this cycle. And then we would come back to the board with what our options are after this cycle is done.
Okay, so I'm unclear. You need us to approve
this.
approve this. Okay. All right. Is there any questions?
I have a comment for my fellow trustees.
Okay.
So to my fellow trustees, with the very difficult interim report that we just got, to spend 13 million, and I think we need to be a little bit more strategic about this. There's some coming out of Fund 40, I understand that, but it looks like there's some coming out of general fund or delay?
Deferred maintenance is
Deferred
a,
maintenance, yeah.
that was a restricted source specified in budgeting.
Okay. I'm very concerned about the spending that's occurring, and so if we could, be more strategic in what it is that we need to do over the summer, I would be open to suggestions for anything that we could delay. I'd like to have a discussion about that and mostly just prioritize student safety and move things, such as upgrades, move those off to another time if possible.
Any further, well, is there anything that can be deferred? I thought, don't these funds have to be spent? Do these funds have to be spent?
So I would say there's a few things in here. First of all, almost all of the items that are marked as general upgrades are either tied to safety or tied to the Foothill Vita. All others are considered safety items of various caliber. Now, it may not look like it at first use, but let me give you an example. Previously, in a previous cycle, we did a painting cycle that had to do with the encapsulation of lead paint. So it was a safety thing, although the contract reads for painting, it can regard other items. If we're talking about asphalt concrete items, we're talking about tripping hazards, student breaking bone hazards that we want to address. If we're looking at athletic fields and those items, we're looking at fields that are out of compliance and we have concerns about student safety. So it is my overall that most of these meet that general requirement other than the Foothill Vita item. Second, as the board president did state, you have to expense these on a timeline to meet the 80% threshold. If we began moving now, I could not guarantee you that we would be able to execute and meet the 80% threshold for the bond items. In that case, I couldn't speak to that tonight. I'd have to consult legal counsel as to what the implications were. I wasn't prepared to address that.
So all of this is coming out of Fund 40, is that what you're saying?
We have on the listing on the last slide, 600,000 is from deferred maintenance, which is, it was specified as a restricted source as part of meeting our deferred maintenance requirements. 3 million is coming out of Fund 40 on the current listing, and all of the other items were Fund 40 at 9.95 million, correct? So that it all is listed as restricted.
Which are all facility related improvements.
Correct.
Okay,
I make a motion. I move to approve 8H.
and second. Is there any further discussion, questions or discussion? Okay, seeing none, I call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
One nay. Any abstentions? Okay, motion carries four ayes and one nay. Okay, the next one is 8I. Okay, does anyone want to speak to this? Because if not, I will.
I think you need to.
Huh?
You need to.
Okay, I have some issues with it because I don't understand why we would just give up our power and our responsibility to award these contracts. This is for us to approve. So and it's not like we don't meet during the summer. So I'm not on board with this. So anybody else want to speak?
Yeah, I mean, there are some things where like, you know, in the summer that emergency happens and then it happens within 48 hours. We're not meeting every other day or within 48 hours. We're meeting once a month, maybe twice a month, depending on if there's a budget. So I do think he does need the authority to accomplish that and making sure schools are ready on day one.
As a school board, we're tasked with oversight, and I think that it would be very important that we look at each of these items as they're coming through. The bids, I have no problem putting out bids, but I do want to see the contracts and the dollar amounts. I'm concerned that we don't have a scope of how much it's going to cost to transform Rancho Minerva into Vita. And so I would like to see the contracts.
And I feel that if it is that much of an emergency, we can always call an emergency meeting with 24 hours notice. So I just don't see the need for this. So yeah. Anybody else?
This is an ed code. It's pretty typical in school districts and across the county. It's something that's been done. The estimates are on the agenda with pricing. It's already on there. It stated these projects include Mission Vista High School theater upgrades, $400,000. The amount is right there
Where? You're talking, are you
on
talking
the
about the one,
agenda.
you're talking about the one that we just approved?
On both of them, it was on the agenda, but it's also on this item in the board memo, lists Mission Vista High School
I see,
theater
I see,
upgrades.
okay.
The prices
Those-
are right there.
We would not be authorized to exceed that amount.
Oh, good eye. Thank you. I didn't see that.
Let me pull it up again. So
No, I see it. I see it now.
Right here.
Oh,
Again, we're happy either way. The purpose of this, again, as trustee Alvarado pointed out, was in the event that we have an opportunity to get projects moving as quickly as possible, we would have an opportunity to do that. We would keep the board informed via Friday letters if there was any change. But what we've communicated to you in this slide deck is what we anticipate happening.
And then one thing to contemplate is, if you put things on a board meeting and you wait, I don't know, a week or 2 weeks or however long we wait, what if costs escalate? Like things are escalating so much with steel and, I don't know, raw materials to build things and fix things as well as labor.
generally with the bond, you get an estimate and that estimate is, they're kind of locked into it, you know.
I think for us, and again, this is just our experience, having done this for quite a bit the past couple of years, is not the escalation as much, because these projects are going to turn around fairly quickly, because we're doing them over the summer. It's our competition with other districts that are trying to get those companies to work for them.
Okay, that makes sort of sense. Okay, anybody else want to speak to it?
Yeah, I just have a question. In what way would, would the board slow you down?
Sure. So when we look at trying to get into some of these projects on a summer window, we have an incredibly narrow window to start and complete the project. So if we have a general project and we say that we're waiting for the next board meeting and we're waiting, let's say, for a period of 3 to 6 weeks, that's my entire summer window. So I've now missed my summer window for execution in some cases. It doesn't always happen, but those things are there. The amounts that listed would be not to exceed amounts. We couldn't exceed that without going to the board for permission, but that's the general thing that happens in those windows.
Can you explain why it goes, I understand why it starts in March, because, you know, we want to get the bulk, but why it goes through August?
Sure, in case anything requires any sort of modification. So sometimes what happens is unforeseen things in the process. You have to rebid or do things, and what you will typically do is you'll try to organize a secondary bidding process that comes through where you modify the time and scope to align it for the next available window. Now, typically, we do bring those back to the board and we tell you about that. And we have that conversation. We also typically, and you'll see this from previous cycles when Ms. Shackelford was here, if we can bring it to a board meeting, we do bring it to a board meeting. It's only when the timetable doesn't permit. So it's only if time wouldn't permit that we move forward.
So approximately how many times per summer does that take place?
It's not very often. I was gonna say a handful of times.
Okay.
Yeah, it happened. I could get you an exact number and an exact count. The first year it happened, about 50% of the projects. Last year, less. But we can't know until we get through the bidding and rebidding process of one person.
Thank you. Okay, any further questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, I will entertain a motion to approve 8I.
I move to approve 8I.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, moved by trustee Alvarado, seconded by trustee Vargas. Any further discussion, questions, comments? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? The motion carries unanimously. Okay, I think we can get through these two and then we'll have to do a motion to reconsider. Or a motion to extend the meeting. Okay, Jay?
So item J, for the board's consideration is an emergency resolution regarding remediation repairs. This goes along with the previous item with the lease cap last contract. This is a separate service that comes in. For legal reasons, because it wasn't specifically called out in the original project as being remedial services required. That means going in and looking and making sure that all of the water's evaporated, any repairs happen, anything of that nature. We are required to do an emergency resolution so we can retain remediation services that would go in expeditiously before the lease-back contractor did the building envelope. So that's why this item's listed.
All right, thank you. Any questions or comments?
I do have one. When do we know about the item or buildings B, C, D, the damage that was done in there?
Well, we've known that anytime we're gonna do the building envelope, we're gonna have to do remediation before we do it. That's just part of what you do before you do a building envelope. So these go part and parcel one with the other, and you do them very quickly. You do the remediation, all of the dry outs out of an abundance of caution, making sure you get that. So that way, when the envelope is done, there's nothing in the building. So you do that part first, and that happens expeditiously as part of this resolution. And then immediately after the building envelope work happens.
When do we anticipate the building envelope work starting?
I can't speak to that until we call the contractor, but they anticipate that starting next week, they're gonna start putting out their bid process to have everybody in order. You approved a company called NEF. NEF is a self-performing agency, which means oftentimes they do a lot of the work themselves. So they will get back to us and we'll report back to the board as soon as we have an estimated timeline. As part of the bid, we did share with them the timeline for completing the work and that it had to be completed on a specific schedule so that the school could be ready for opening, and they bid on it based upon that requirement.
And so the building envelope along with this remediation work would be done before the school year started.
That is what they bid on to do.
That's the
That is
goal.
correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve item 8K.
G.
Oh, J, sorry, 8J.
So moved.
Moved by trustee Markoff. Is there a second? I'll second. So all those in, second by me. Okay, so all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. Now we're on J. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is,
Okay.
oh, sorry, we're K, sorry. I'm getting tired. Bus approval of, electric buses. Is there any questions or comments on this? Okay, seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve item 8K. I move to approve 8K. Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so moved by trustee Alvarado, seconded by trustee Markov. Any further questions or comments?
I do have a comment.
Go for it.
Again, making reference to the interim report, I'm concerned about spending $1.4 million. If any of my other trustees are concerned, I think we should have a discussion about that.
Anyone have any input? I think that we lost a bus and I think, we have to replace that bus because of the accident, which is a shame because I believe we had a grant for that bus. So that's really unfortunate.
I'd like Dr. Locher to give you some background on this, so everyone has a little background.
Sure.
Just a brief background on it.
Briefly on this, we have more routes than we actually have buses or cars. So we have been involved in a multi-year process in partnership with CSEA that has permitted us to do some of those routes via contracted service while we find a way to meet those demands. That is a more expensive option over the interim. We would like to see those internal. We also have a failing bus fleet for the diesel fleet. The CNG, clean natural gas fleet, is gone. We are no longer a certified yard. Those buses had to go. That was a few years ago. The diesel fleet is at the end of life cycle. In order to meet the future demands and the board policy on climate action, EV buses have been the choice. We get these buses for essentially 33% off because the state will provide that funding for us. So these are buses that are required for the routing to meet current demands. And that is the nature of this particular grant, and we have received the option for for purchasing these at essentially a $701,000 discount back to the district.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments?
Just that busing helps equalize access in our district, especially with the magnets being in place. Getting kids to Mission Vista from all over the school district is an access situation. And so, especially with the middle schools, it's really important that our bus fleet is, that we have enough buses, that we can fulfill our obligation to our students and their families.
Okay, any further questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve item 8K.
Didn't I already do that?
Is there a motion?
I already
second?
did that.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Chris, who made the motion second?
Martha motioned and Mike seconded.
Okay, all right, I apologize, I'm tired. Okay, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Any opposed? Okay, any abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. And item 8L, we'll vote for
Okay.
delegate assemblies.
So Chris, you want to help them walk them through this? Chris does this every year.
Yes, so board members, every couple years, we have spots that we need to vote for our CSBA delegate assembly representatives. And in the board packet, there was a list of the ballot. And you'll see our choices there. They give you a number of positions you need to vote for. It's written on that ballot. And attached, I put on the dais for each of you the nominations of the other nearby school districts suggested that we be in favor of. So please take a look at those recommendations, and then you need to decide for our district which representatives you would like to choose. I did receive information from the delegate assembly that for a district our size, they would like for us to limit it to no more than 2 members, and then we still might have to be limited to 1, but we are hoping to get 2 in there. So tonight I would suggest considering to vote for 2 to represent Vista, and then take into consideration the suggestions that you have in front of you from the other nearby districts.
So you're voting for 6. And there's one other thing we need to put on the table, and that is clearly there are 3 members on this board. We're not recommending you vote for 3 of our members. So you would vote for no more than 2. Because we would create a Brown Act issue with 3.
I will step aside from the ballot, please.
Okay. So, and I will tell you that, I will pay for my own travel expenses if I get elected to the, as a delegate. Okay, so do we
You
go
need
through,
6.
we need to go through each one of these? We got letters from some of them.
Actually. No,
3 of them.
There's 3, so. Is there any problem with voting for the 3 that gave letters?
No, I'd rather vote for people that, I know that have served and done the work, and yeah, I don't wanna go by the letters.
Okay,
Not me personally, I mean, if
Okay,
it's the will of the
so-
board, yes.
so should we go through each name and vote on each name?
I don't know any of these people except for the ones here on our board, so I'll take any suggestions.
I propose, for sure, trustee Morocco, Cipriano, Elva Lopez Cepeda, Jane Lee Smith, she's a North County representative, and Barbara Avalos.
Is that 6?
That's 5. 5 would be. We need one more.
We need one more.
What about the Escondido, Martha? What about Escondido? No.
No. Maybe, Zenaida Rosario from San Isidro. She's been a teacher of the year, bilingual teacher of the year. recipient for Biliteracy Award by the County Office of Ed.
Okay,
Actually, I'm looking at this and I see a letter for Michelle that she is not on the ballot. So I'm guessing they're asking for a write-in, so I would recommend, keeping that last spot for Michelle Ward from Carlsbad as a write-in candidate.
I would be amenable to that. I think that North County is different than South County and San Diego Central, and so they could speak to unique perspectives along the 78 corridor.
Okay. You want me to read them out or do you want to read them out?
I'll read them out.
Okay.
So I have Barbara Avalos. Oh, shoot. Before we do that, I need a motion to extend the meeting.
I move to extend the meeting to 11:47.
Is there a second?
Okay.
Okay, so a motion and a second.
We have
closed
session after.
Yeah, we do that, but this is just for the session. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, so getting back to this. I have Barbara Avalos, Jane Lee Smith, Elva Lopez Zapeta, me, Cipriano, and Michelle Sugawa Ward. Okay, do we need a motion on this?
Yeah, you do.
Okay, so, I move that, I'll make the motion. I move that we vote for these 6 candidates. Any second?
I second.
Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Do I give that?
Yeah, Chris will fit it. Okay. Yeah.
Moving on to consent calendar, is there anything that anybody wants to pull?
14A.
14A, anything else? Okay, I'd like to pull 11B. All right, so, can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar excluding 14A and 11B?
So moved.
Any, can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, moved by trustee Martin and seconded by trustee Markov. Any further questions, discussion? Okay, seeing none, I call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, any abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, so now we will go to 11B.
Dr. McKeon.
Good evening.
All right, there was not a lot of information about this, and so why are we doing this?
We're pulling this one because it actually is an older policy and it's now integrated into other policies that we have. If you notice on there, there's also a caret. Was it 5116 with a caret? What that caret means is it's actually just a policy that's a Vista policy. It's not something that comes from the areas where we get all of the policies. So we found it to be obsolete.
So what is the exact policy though?
It has to do with our McKinney-Vento students and helping that regard. And so we already have policies that cover all of that.
Okay, so it's just covered by everything else?
Exactly.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I move that we approve item 11B. Well, is there any, first of all, is there any, before we make the motion, any questions or discussion? Okay, I move that we approve item 11B.
Second.
Okay, seconded by trustee Markov. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I will call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, moving on, item 14A.
I have a question regarding item number 1 in the contracts and agreements. This is for something that we approved last month in February. But when it was on there, it said no cost to the district. It was paid through the Timberwolf Foundation. And yet now I see 25,700. So what am I missing?
Well, it is the timber, it was done through an ASB reimbursement, so I can look into that for the board member and give you specifics. But it may be that the Timberwork Foundation donated the money to the ASB fund, which then is funding it. So this is coming out of their ASB reimbursement fund.
And So this 25,700 is not coming from the district to the ASB account at Mission Vista.
No, it would be coming, so ASB resources are not commingled with our resources. And as listed here, this resource description is ASB reimbursement, meaning that it seems like the ASB is front loading the money for some sort of reimbursement to come into their accounts, and that's the.
We just have to disclose it.
We do have to disclose it. That is a legal requirement.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else, unfortunately?
Yes, line 6. I was just, wanted to, looks like this is,
That's Rachel.
all right.
Quantum.
Quantum learning.
Quantum learning.
And we know you love quantum to speak to us.
And I would love to talk about quantum learning.
That's why I'm.
So that is for the start of next year for our new teachers. Quantum learning is best practices in classroom management, wide known, I'm not even speaking correctly. It's too late. We used it this last year with our new teachers. This has been a program used across districts for many years. It's a good program to come in and work with our new teachers. We're also going to have interns participate, teachers that are returning to the classroom that may not have been in the classroom again. So this is cost out for the fall of the next school year.
Okay, thank you. And I also had a question on. Looks like number 8 and number 9. And my question is, how do these experts provide assistance, and what is the assistance?
Right, these are regarding arts programs.
They're site specific.
Yeah, they're site specific. So we were happy to provide more information about that. This is from Vista High School. I will speak now as a former band teacher.
Okay.
That's one of the many topics that I did too. We will give you information on the Friday letter about specific services. This can be everything about marching formations, all sorts of things, arrangements, compositions, coaching services, all sorts of items, but these are direct art services. It is part of the resource description for our program, which indicates it's a Prop 28 item in support of their arts programs.
Yeah, interesting that you heard earlier today, the RBV band, they have similar support systems
Okay.
so that they can be at a high level.
Okay. Thank you.
It's basically coaching.
Big job being the director of the music department. Good job.
Any further, anything else? Okay. Seeing none, I will entertain a motion to approve item 14.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, moved by trustee Martin, seconded by trustee Markov. All those in favor say aye. 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 All, any opposed, any abstentions, motion carries. Okay, so I think that brings us over to board business. There's no continuation of item 5A. Staff committee reports and board feedback. Okay, so.
Bringing it up right now.
Okay, thanks.
All right, take it away, Dr. Lucci.
Okay. I'd ask Ms. Dowler to join me just in case there's any specific questions. Ms. Dowler is directly overseeing Beaubear Elementary School's reconstruction. We're grateful for her services in that. First side up, financials specifically, there was a previous question that I was asked to answer on this item. In terms of the funds that are left or unserved, there's $247 million in Measure LL. You will see $239.5 million is committed. So therefore, roughly $7.5 million is not committed. But we did advise the board to wait on any future action on that till we had more information about Beaubear. So to answer the specific question that was there, we do have that. Now, as part of the financials, this was going to be the first opportunity to bring up that because of some changes in market environments, we did authorize the lease back contractor Bernard's, who's been incredibly collaborative and proactive. They met with us. Chris and Alex did an amazing job on proactively doing this. They advanced the procurement schedule for resource materials by many, many months. This will come back to the board in the next several months, because this will change the timeline for a discussion about sale of Series C bonds. Because the whole project just shifted in terms of cash flow to a front load project in order to secure those materials at a current market price and to deal with possible market scarcity. So it's not anything that the board hasn't committed to, it's already authorized, but it will change the timetable for having a conversation about Series C bond sales by about 4 to 6 months. In terms of looking at the upcoming strategy, you will see on the next slide that we spoke about this procurement strategy for you to consider. Chris would be here for any specifics, but yeah, early procurement is now the strategy in order to secure everything. You will recall, or the board members that were present going back to this, we had an early procurement plan in place for many items that had long lead times, something that takes a long time, HVAC units, other things. Well, now everything's falling into that category. So we're having to shift things over pretty dramatically. It is our anticipation this will not result then in the project going over costs. Because if there are changes in market environments, the contractor does have a legal right to come back and say, this is a force majeure beyond me, I can't change this, and then come back. In which case, if the project went over then 10%, you're in excess of the $7.5 million available. So this seemed like the most prudent strategy to get ahead. And I want to thank Chris and Alex for it. So we listed it there. I want to say I really missed Trustee Morocco last week. We were all gonna go on a field trip, and it was a wonderful moment. We wish you were there because you've been with us for this whole journey and you weren't able to make it. We know you were sick, and we hope you can make another one. But I don't write all that often online. I sometimes post a photo. I do photography as sort of a hobby thing. I wrote a small piece called Beaubier Rising about what we're seeing at Beaubier, because it's the first time that it brought tears of joy to my eyes in years, after years of watching this. Beaubier is rising when you go by. It's coming out of the ground, steel is coming out. You're able to see the footprint, and Chris masterfully laid this out so that way you can see on the right-hand side, the rendering on the left-hand side is a similar angle where you can start to see the buildings coming out of the ground as they move through things. On slide 5, more details of all of that. Not included here is that there's steel structures, and we're gonna forward it to you tomorrow. Alex just sent us photos yesterday. The wood framing's coming out of the ground. It is really a huge thing. So if there are board members interested, we can take you out for that. There was a question that we have attempted to answer here on slide 6, which is, were we able to secure the steel?
Before you get to 6, I do want Chris to talk a little bit about the yellow on this slide, because that's actually the reason why we decided to knock the entire school down. That yellow is very important.
And it pertains to building envelopes.
Yes.
I know an exciting topic.
Perfect example, but we need to talk about this.
No, yeah, push it to mute now.
It's
Okay,
fine.
it's already ready. So yes, the yellow that you see in this slide is a vapor barrier. And we did experience a lot of water infiltration at the previous Beaubier. The new building codes and things like that do help mitigate some of that. So besides, in the distance, you'll see a large retaining wall that has a lot of significance to this project of keeping the water from, say, the properties above the school on Dorsey, away from the property. And then all of our concrete structural systems that you see here, slab on grade, will have this vapor barrier underneath it that will mitigate water in the future.
Here in slide 6, you're seeing the steel on the ground. You'll recall on the Vista High School project, for our board members that were with us at this time, for those that are new to this board, steel has been an issue. It's one of the reasons why the question came up and we were trying to answer it in a Friday letter. You'll see an answer. We've seen a lot of issues with steel supply chains and items, but the steel has been secured for the structural steel on this that has been confirmed, and you're looking at photos of it. And as you drive by, you're going to see that the steel is going up. But that's some of the amazing progress that's happening. Just a side note, I wanted to thank Chris, who flew all the way back from across country to come to our meeting this evening after dealing with the family emergency. So thank you for being here, Chris, for getting all the planning coming.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Chris.
Okay, all right. Any comments? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to Glad.
B. One more. before.
Oh, sorry, yes, students, yeah. Seventeen B, yeah.
All right, so as they're coming up, the board, a couple of meetings ago, wanted a little bit, dig in a little bit more about AI and in particular a board policy. I believe it was trustee Markoff asked for some specifics, so we're super excited to share this with you because this is a lot of work behind the scenes. Carrie Perez is one of our amazing principals. She's the principal at Monte Vista Elementary School. I want to thank her and her entire team. She's the lead on this. She has put in countless hours in support, and we wanted a site principal to lead this because they're on the ground every day with teachers. So Carrie, thank you so much for being here and walk us through the great work. And I'll share my.
I was gonna say, can I see the slides as
Yeah,
we're going?
they're coming
This
up.
is new for me. I'm usually chasing around 4-year-olds, so being up here is a little different.
There we go.
I've met many of you before, so just quick introduction in terms of my role with this work. So I'm Carrie Perez. I'm the principal at Monte Vista Elementary, but in about the year 2020, not that that was a significant year or anything, I started supporting as a principal lead in support of ed tech. So I work hand in hand, first with Dwayne Cossey and our IT director, Brian, to support ed tech in our district. So while they take care of all the IT side and pieces, I support a lot with what does ed tech look like in terms of how are we influencing teaching and learning and supporting our teachers with professional development in those areas. I also happen to be, if we're really digging in, a longtime Vista Unified, not only employee, but I was actually a student here in Vista Unified K through 12 and proud now mom of 3 students at Vista School. So my stakes are in the ground. I love this place and I love the work that I do. So in our capacity today, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about our work thus far in ed tech over the last couple of years. So we have 2 main groups that I particularly work with in support of ed tech. And the first is called the Technology Advisory Group. And that group has existed long before I started this work. In fact, I was a member as a brand new young teacher when I first started in this district. But it is a team that consists of certificated and classified staff. They meet approximately 4 times per year. And they're a group that advises on ed tech tools in our district, in a general sense, ed tech tools for teaching and learning. So that's a long-standing group that we've had. More recently, we launched a artificial intelligence task force. We started that work in the spring of last year with the idea of how might we bring in this concept, this rapidly developing concept of artificial intelligence, and roll that into some of our existing concepts and ideas around ed tech. So that group meets about 4 times per year. We started this work last year. And you, the school board, had tasked us with coming up with some recommendations for you in terms of how we might, the school board might develop a board policy around artificial intelligence, and then how we then, as our task force team, might develop professional development for students and what we might support our students with in terms of the direct lessons that they'll be getting in regards to artificial intelligence. And we'll go into also talking about what we call digital citizenship. So the nitty gritty is our students have to have acceptable use of technology. That's kind of what the policy is called, but in layman's terms for our teachers, we often refer to this as digital citizenship. How do we want our students to behave in the online world? And so the acceptable use policy is something that exists for our parents. It outlines the appropriate use of technology, and it's something that they acknowledge every single year. It's part of a registration process for our students. So whether they're registering a brand new student or whether they're doing data confirmation over the summer for existing students, this policy is outlined every year for our parents, and it's something that gets updated and they acknowledge that acceptable use of that technology. It's recently been updated to reflect some of the new language that we have regarding artificial intelligence that is also rolled into some of that acceptable use policy. We also work with our families so that they're aware of some of our digital citizenship efforts. So we host webinars and workshops, opportunities for our families. We also
I am so sorry, I need to interrupt you. I need another motion to extend the meeting. It's 10:40.
I said 11:47.
Oh, I thought you said 10:47.
No, I said 11.
Okay, carry on, sorry.
We're good. We're good. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
So we try to share these resources with our families as much to the extent possible by offering live workshops and opportunities with our families. In addition to other opportunities to engage with them, say through, we've done community updates. And we're currently in a development process of creating a space specifically on our district website that's more specific to our parents in regards to educational technology. We currently have places on our district website that is more for our teachers, so teachers to look at resources for ed tech, but we also want to create a space where parents are able to be updated on what our ed tech tools are, and also what are resources that parents might be able to tap into for use at home as well as support with their kids. So what does that actually look like? How do we actually teach student acceptable use of technology? So we use a curriculum, it's called Common Sense Media, and that is not a curriculum that just comes out of thin air. That actually is a curriculum that comes from what our California State Board of Education, they have guidance called the Digital Learning and Standards Guidance for California. And so within this reference document, it's a very large document with lots of recommendations for teaching and learning in regards to ed tech, and specifically Common Sense Media is called out as a reference point for teachers and staff to use to teach what we call digital citizenship or acceptable use. So what those types of lessons could maybe look like are lessons as it relates to how students might find media bias, how they might generate and create a safe, what we call a digital footprint, that they're not sharing information about themselves online in ways that are unsafe. Might address things like cyberbullying. How do we handle those types of situations that they come up? It's a wide range, and you'll notice that you do have a long form of this this presentation. So there's additional slides at the bottom. I'm not going to touch on those unless you specifically ask in regards to those, but there's some examples of what digital citizenship lessons might look like across the grade spans. So, and those lessons start in kindergarten. There's lessons for students in kindergarten all the way up through grade 12. The way that we teach those, all staff has been trained in those digital citizenship lessons. Our goal is that they have at least 2 direct digital citizenship lessons per grade level per year. And that might be delivered in slightly different models across school site levels. So for example, at the elementary school level, it might be the classroom teacher who's providing those lessons. It's a little bit different at the middle and high school level, depending how they've maybe set up their courses. So it could be like a freshman seminar class. If you're in the high schools, it could be an advisory course. It could be a media arts teacher. Different school sites and different levels have kind of identified who those key point people are, who's providing those direct lessons. But all staff has gone through the training for it, because the other piece to it is, in addition to the direct lessons that we do on digital citizenship, it also makes sense to integrate it throughout our school day in the activities that students are doing throughout the day. So whether you're an English teacher, a math teacher, whatever you teach, there's opportunities to bring in some of that language of digital citizenship and incorporate it into those lessons. Yeah, sure. So I would like to segue us into talking a little bit about our AI task force work. So part of our AI task force work is making sure that we're starting to align our artificial intelligence initiatives with existing work that we're doing with digital citizenship. So our team has been very clear since they've started their work. They don't see artificial intelligence as totally separate from our digital citizenship work. Rather, they want it to be a part of our existing digital citizenship work with kids as part of a much broader way that we approach how students act and work with their ed tech tools. So I have a quick little slide deck that's kind of gone over kind of our timeline up until now. So we started our background work in the spring. We made some recommendations in regards to next steps. And then thank you to our school board that you guys adopted our first language of board policy around AI, and you guys did that back in January. That is appreciated because that gave us the signal to really start moving in terms of developing the professional development that we'll need to have for teachers, exploration of AI tools, and then additional feedback we are moving into as we go into the spring here, collecting additional feedback from parent groups. We'll be meeting with our DLAC and our DPAC to get some parent perspectives on those as well. The ultimate hope is that this guidance that we have drafted for our teachers is that we will finalize it at our May meetings and then be able to launch with our teachers and staff at our fall professional development, so that every single teacher goes through professional development in AI tools, refresher as that relates to all of our digital citizenship initiatives, and be clear on what that specific guidance is, and then actually have some tools that they know that they can use and feel confident in using with their students. So there's several layers to it. So these are some of the themes that our team has come up with over time. And I will point out too, and you'll see in that picture there, our team has also included feedback from students. And I will say, our students are probably some of the most critical and concerned about artificial intelligence of any of our team members. We've got some really discerning kids in our district. And so some of the top themes that came out of these discussions were critical thinking and the ethical use of AI, the role of AI in enhancing teaching and learning, balancing AI, this one's huge, with human connection. And you'll find that that's actually pointed out very strongly in the very top of our guidance. The concept of access, equity, and privacy for our students. We want educator involvement and training, concerns regarding plagiarism, copyright, and misinformation, and also sort of looming over us when our students leave us in grade 12 is preparing them for a job market that is also impacted by AI. So our team has drafted a guidance document for our teachers. And again, the hope would be that this shifts from being a draft document to a finalized document at our May meeting that we will then launch with our staff in the fall. We've worked hard to align this document with our learner, adult, and our system portraits. We've drawn heavily from guidance from the California Department of Education, who has put out guidance regarding AI, as well as the US Department of Education regarding AI. Some interesting facts is when we started this work back in spring, there were very few states that had specific guidance for education regarding AI. As of now, there are well over 30 states that have guidance over, and it's rapidly changing by the week, the states that have guidance. So it's moving that quickly in terms of our work and our charge in bringing this to our students and to our staff. So this is what we're seeing as our ultimate next steps. We want professional development for all staff to be trained on the appropriate use of AI, which would be outlined in that guidance document. All staff to be trained in fall 2025 on AI as overall part of digital citizenship. We want to launch those digital citizenship lessons with our students. So again, they're already currently getting some digital citizenship lessons. We want to layer in the AI component as part of that. And then we also want to, as part of this effort, bring in our community, make sure that our parents are aware. So again, we already do offer digital citizenship workshops. We have one that's coming up actually in April, so you'll probably get to see that in an upcoming Friday letter with information about that for our parents and families. But the artificial intelligence would certainly be something that could be layered into those types of workshops with our families.
And then what Carrie's done is she's given you more information, just in case
And I
you want to
appreciate
drill into it. Yeah.
I appreciate that. Okay. Anybody want to have any comments or anything? This was, go ahead, trustee Barnes.
Yeah, Karen, thank you for the presentation. What softwares do we have that we're utilizing?
That is a timely question. And so before I came here, I was actually with our AI task force. And that was one of the exact things that we were doing today. So when we look at AI tools, there's some tools that we already have existing within our district. And something to be really clear on is we've been working to identify what tools are approved for students and what tools are approved for staff. Because especially when it comes to data and privacy, the threshold goes up significantly when we're talking about putting them in the hands of students. So for example, ChatGPT is something that is approved for staff. It is not approved for students. So staff could potentially use it as part of their workflow, as part of generating brainstorming ideas for teaching and learning, but a student could not. And they're
have the professional version or just the?
Right now it's the free version, but that's something that our group and team kind of started talking about today, is looking at what what we have kind of drafted as an AI tool selection rubric, where we kind of look at how would we select these tools for what we would want to move forward, like with which ones we want to move forward with licensing on and that type of thing. Certainly on some of these companies, when you do move forward to a paid version, often it does come with more features that might give us the more ability to have safety in terms of with students and things like that. So those are certainly things that our teams are considering. Other ones that we do have that are available specifically for students right now, we have a pilot group of teachers that's piloting a program called eCadence. eCadence is a learning management system, so it's not specifically an AI tool. So like when you think of ChatGPT, you think of you're putting in an input and it's giving you a response. That's not what this is. It's more of a generalized education technology tool that would be used for learn. So think of like a Google Classroom or a Canvas or something like that, that a teacher would use to deliver their lessons and their grade book. That being said, it has AI components within it. And so those are things that our pilot team are looking at right now to see if those are things that we would want to expand on a bigger scale. But we feel it's important, and our task force team feels it's important to make sure that we have those pilot groups to help make us have those informed decisions. eCadence is an example of a program that does have approval for both staff and student use, because it does meet the thresholds in terms of the privacy and data agreements that a company is required to have to be in the hands of students. So that's an example. We use Adobe Express, which is a media, like where kids might be able to make their own videos, make their own graphic designs, pictures, animations, things like that. So again, that's a media type tech tool, but it has AI components within it. So there's many different ways that AI tools can look. So sometimes they look what you think of more as like a ChatGPT, but oftentimes the tools are embedded within other things that look very different, like such as making a video or that type of thing.
Yeah, one that just came across was like Canva AI, and I'm like,
Yeah.
Using it right now as you're talking about, I'm like, wow, incredible tool that we could.
And Canva is one that is currently available to our students and staff.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions, comments? No? Okay, thank you, Carrie.
Thanks, Carrie.
Thank you.
Okay, Carrie.
I don't know how you guys stay up so late.
It's a packed agenda. Okay, and Glad. Last time.
The finale.
The finale, well, we got a couple other things after that. 17C.
Thank you, Annette, for staying so long.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, so, I made the request to bring, Ms. Junkin is the secondary GLAD TOSA. And since she's trained in GLAD, and we had some questions that I didn't think were adequately answered, I figured the person who's the expert is right here. So, anybody want to ask a question first?
I have questions.
Go for it.
Hi.
Hi.
So, can you give me the difference between elevation and GLAD?
Well, in my professional opinion, elevation is a program that's essential to monitoring our English learners. Just gonna look over this here. GLAD is a professional development model. So it provides teachers with information such as a rationale, a strategic design and delivery, and supports needed for successfully implementing strategies. We call it also an instructional model. So that is a big difference as opposed to a program. It's an instructional model that follows the language acquisition process. So in a unit, the first strategies are going to be about listening and speaking and getting that comprehensible input, which then leads out to reading and writing.
Okay. Should I just go through my questions or?
Yeah.
Sure. I understand that it's ongoing in elementary. How would it be utilized? Excuse me, how would it be utilized in high school?
Okay. Well, any curriculum at any grade level can be implemented or put into GLAD strategies. Specifically in high school, we go a lot into the input strategies, which is the direct teaching. Those then, well, let me back up for a minute. It's helping teachers do backward planning. So you're taking out your content standards as well as your ELD standards and then planning your unit. So with those input strategies, you might start with the big picture, say in science of a periodic table, as a graphic organizer, to give a big picture and overview for student engagement. Then you might move it into a pictorial input. So you would have a picture of maybe one specific element and then choose based on your content standards, 5 different categories. And those would be color coded. From there, it gets processed. So as you re-go over the information, which is a scaffold in itself, students would then have text cards as well as pictures and come up and put it on the chart. From there, then we teach a mind map, which is a type of actual graphic organizer. From the mind map, then it moves into the process grid. The process grid will have the same 5 categories as an input chart. And then the one specific element that you went over. One of the differences in secondary that I see a lot is opposed to an elementary pulling expert groups. You would still have students in groups, so you're teaching that 21st century skills of working together in teams. But you may give them the text to then, since they've already seen the 5 categories, they would then each have one element to then gather information to bring full class.
And would this work across curriculums?
Yes.
For example, in math, English, science, even in the electives?
Absolutely. In fact, this year in secondary, I've probably most been in math classes.
Oh.
Yes, and we do that with the process grid. As teachers will say a lot, you know, the students don't understand why they need to learn these specific math skills at this time. And so we might start with the overview of why did you learn this conceptual math at K2? Now you're here at 6-8, and then where it's leading.
And with a very dense curriculum in high school, is it time sensitive? Does it fit into, is it short lessons? Will it consume a whole class period? I think teachers would be concerned if one component was taking up the entire class period.
Absolutely. Well, the answer to that is it depends on the strategy. So definitely the input charts are going to be sort of your meat and potatoes. Those may take time. However, I tell teachers, you don't need to, and you probably don't want to go through an entire input chart in one period. It would be rushed information. So maybe 2 categories at a time. We've also been working together, figuring out as opposed, in elementary, you have kids sit on the floor. You can't do that in secondary, right? So you're going to use a lot more technology. So you might have one chart, so there is something tangible to see and that the kids can put up for processing the text cards and pictures. But you can also, what do they call it? Screencastify or what is it?
Screen capture.
Screen capture, yes. I'm not too tech savvy, where you are first having yourself be filmed doing the actual pictorial and then going into the categories. This way also you can put that in Google Classroom or whatever the teacher is using so the kids can re-go over it outside of the classroom.
And it's, would it work for all of the students, the gen ed students, the SPED students, the ELs, all, because they're all mainstreamed into one classroom?
Mm-hmm. Well, absolutely. Now, Project Lab is specifically designed for our English learners. But given the scaffolding, the structured approach to language acquisition, active engagement, the differentiated instruction with scaffolds, it supports all students. You know, we even think of, we've been talking a lot tonight about SPED students, and a lot are delay identified, but all of these different components really help all students. That's why we call it best teaching practices.
And lastly is the input that I've gotten from a lot of secondary teachers is the time out of class for the trainings. And that's very concerning, especially to the high school teachers. And would this be mandatory or voluntary?
Well, in my opinion, I think that it's beneficial for a teacher to want to go through GLAD trainings. There's the 2-day and the 4-day. We do have some on Zoom.
Oh.
That can happen with the 2-day.
Okay.
But that can be done. The 4-day, though, you would want to be in person. You know, in the realm of the grade levels that you teach. So secondary would want to go and see a 4-day demo in the secondary classroom.
Okay. I'm concerned about the cost of subs. That would be a problem in secondary, but I think you've answered all my questions. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Anyone else? This probably is for Narita or Dr. Doyle. The costs for GLAD, does that come out of our Title I funds to support teaching and learning or sub pay or PD?
If I'm not mistaken, it's S&C. We can check on Title I.
And S&C is money from the state that we use to meet the needs of our unduplicated student counts, i.e. second language learners.
Correct.
So it's not coming from a general fund.
No.
It's specifically, and it can't be used for anything else. When they give us S&C, it needs to be used for those.
I would have to look it up, but
students.
I believe it's S&C, but we can, if I'm incorrect, we'll clarify that. But it's my understanding it's S&C.
And we also had some grant funds that were paid. That we got.
It's definitely not general fund.
Yes.
If that's your question. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I'd be interested to see if we have any data on, teachers that are GLAD trained in the impact on student outcomes versus teachers that are not implementing and are implementing something else, and if there's any significance in the data.
That is something that we can definitely start to monitor as we're getting more of our teachers trained this year. And so we would be able to collect some of that information just through our regular assessments that we have in place.
Got it. Thank you very much.
And would you be able to do all the training, or would we have to send them to Orange County, or what are we talking here?
Right now, I am part of a team that is becoming national trainers. So one benefit of that is we could have in-house training. I should say, all 3 of us are certifying K-12, which is very important.
Okay, anyone else? Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vanessa.
Thank you.
I'm tired.
I know. Go get some sleep.
Sorry.
Okay, so moving on, we're gonna move on to number 18, yes, sorry, yeah, we're going to continuation, staff committee, okay, we did that, district announcement, superintendent comments.
No, we can move on. It's very.
Okay, all right, request for future board agenda items?
Yes. For next month, can we have a discussion on the Vita RMS, for lack of better words, Vita RMS transportation?
Yeah, I was about to say that. So we were prepared to do that. We sent you all a Friday letter with the heat maps. So we will bring back a comprehensive presentation, and you can then, it'll be an action item. So we'll be able.
I'm concerned about their time frame on applications, and parents are they're already down 200 students.
So maybe
we make a special board meeting for this, or?
We could. Let me let you know what we've told them. By the way, we've had many in-person meetings. Some of you have been at them. And we will convey it, and we'll step up our communication, and we will reach out to the people who spoke tonight to make sure they get the information they need. When we were at those meetings, that this came up clearly, and what we conveyed to them is that we anticipate, we did not speak for the board, but we said, we anticipate that the board likely will offer some form of transportation as they have done so at Mission Vista High School. And we also did it when we moved students from Rancho Minerva over, if you remember, to their two new sites, Roosevelt and Madison. So we've already done that, and I believe we can continue to say that and let them know that we anticipate some form of transportation, but ultimately the board has to vote on it.
Okay, but I'm thinking what I'm hearing from trustee Martin, or vice versa Martin, is perhaps we also might want to revisit temporary reopening of the magnet school application process for VITA, just because I guess the deadline's already
It's tomorrow.
It's tomorrow.
We can
And-
delay. We can just
Delay?
delay.
Can we delay?
Yeah, let me bring that back. That's a good point. I never didn't think about that. We can delay. I mean, it's still early in the year. So give me a chance to delay. We'll give you a Friday letter update tomorrow. I believe we can just delay.
Okay.
And then we can get that out to the parents.
Okay.
And then it would be okay to wait till the April meeting to discuss
Or
transportation?
we can have a special board meeting.
One item
just on that
special
topic.
board meeting? Okay.
Okay, anyone else?
I would like to add a governance meeting on our governance handbook to have, norms, rules of engagement for us, equitable time for speaking for every trustee. So I want a governance meeting for this board, as we don't have a handbook that has been utilized and vetted by this board.
How about a governance meeting where we come up with our own handbook?
That's normally what you would do every year. You would, as a board, you would need to refresh your handbook and you can change any aspect of the handbook you like.
Okay. Okay, anything else? Anything else any other requests for future board agenda items? Okay, moving on, board member reports or comments, or the reports. So we will start with trustee Martin.
In the interest of time, I attended DLAC. I visited a few sites. I was invited to talk to a PTA group. It's been a busy month.
Okay, trustee Alvarado.
I'll pass on the things that I attended, but comments about the meeting. I'm a little bit concerned about how vague some of the items are, that it doesn't allow the public to know what the intention of the person who put this item on the agenda, i.e. The H&G requirements, if it was the intention of a trustee to put it on there and rescind it, that it should have said that. Because people didn't have the opportunity to come speak to that. And it happened in January as well, when there was a really vague thing on the agenda, you know, what to do with the parcel, and then it was like, oh, let's rescind the decision about this without any kind of attachment or presentation. And I think we just need to be more transparent with the community on what the intention is when a trustee requests to put something on the agenda, and no one in the community knows what the intentions are or what the recommendation is by whomever. Because that A through G just said it was like a review of the requirements. It did not say rescind it.
Nobody made a motion to rescind it. It was potentially that there was gonna be, we put it under action item in case anybody wanted to revisit any parts of it, okay? So that it said possible action item. That's what it said on there.
We can do better.
Okay, trustee Vargas.
Yeah, I echo the same sentiments, and with any attachments that may be relevant to the conversation. I know it's hard if, an individual board member asks for an item to be put on the agenda. So not sure how to go about the Dr. You're like the quarterback, helping, make sure that we have clarity on that so that we can prepare to make informed decisions. But with that, I'll reserve my comments about actions.
Okay, trustee Margot.
Yes, I got to visit a couple schools, Roosevelt, Madison, and Foothill Oak, and went to the Arts Committee. That was my action. I will reserve my comments about the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. And in the interest of time, I did Read Across America today. Is that what it's called?
Yep.
Yeah, at Grapevine. And I can't even think what I did. I did some stuff. Anyway, but for the interest of time, I'll not say a whole lot. Okay, so with that, let's go back. I think we're done, and I think it's time to adjourn the meeting. Next regular board meeting is Thursday, April
Are you going
7th.
to reconvene and close?
Yes, we are going to reconvene and closed. Okay, so open session is